Well, that's an incredible message to start the stream on. I don't know necessarily how I'm feeling about that. Hey everybody. It's For Me Friday, which means, of course, that everyone is going to do everything in their power to be, incredible. The wonderful group of people. Yes, we're doing more Warhammer. I know I apologize about it too much. I know I keep putting caveats on it. Here's the thing, I like it. It's schlocky, it's violent, and it's amazing. And also, I don't know, I like hitting things with ridiculous swords and gratuitous violence, and I like, for the Emperor and all that nonsense. So, sorry, not sorry, we're doing it again. And actually, what's really interesting is, I don't know if a lot of you guys remember, back when we did more dare drops in the past, dare drop does specifically sometimes give me keys to play games, and then some other odds and ends that come with it. We actually have a dare drop with them for specifically doing Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader, so we are definitely going to be able to get some free keys that we might be able to give away if people are interested. So gonna knock out a little bit more Rogue Trader tonight, see how all of that stuff looks out, and then yeah, we'll be able to go from there. First things first though, hey everybody, and in no particular order, happy birthday, Clary. I presume by the fact that you put it in yourself that you want somebody to acknowledge it. So hey, happy birthday. I honestly have no memory of what I did this morning, let alone promising you a free song, but that sounds about like the right kind of thing for a special birthday person, hey? And also, hey, Enderfriend, Pixie, Battle Benoy, Mesphia, it's good to see you guys. What song do you want? But yeah, we've got a couple of dares that we got to knock out. Specifically, they're two pretty easy, pretty straightforward ones. The first thing that we got to do, we needed to complete the prologue. Bish bash bosh, done, dusted. We've gotten that one taken care of. We got to romance someone in Warhammer 40k, which is unfortunate if you know anything about me and my playstyles, which is to say, when we went through Baldur's Gate 3, and as we're continuing to go through Baldur's Gate 3, we do friendship-only runs in this household. But we're gonna see what romance looks like in the world of the 41st millennium, and then we just gotta raid somebody else playing Rogue Trader, and then that'll be fun. So we can knock those out. And also, I realized I didn't do the advent calendar yesterday. It's not a super big deal, but I do have the advent calendar, and they're lovely, so yeah. You want me to sing you happy birthday in the Seymour Valentine voice? Clary, are you sure? Okay, I can do that. Yeah, if that's your birthday desire. Also, am I crazy? I thought today wasn't your... Is it today, or is it just because today's the last day that I'm definitively streaming? I thought I would have for all the beans in all the lands said that it was the 16th. All right, fair enough. It's today. Well, all right, hold on. Let me go update all of my Google calendars real fast. And yes, I am going to pause the stream to update my Google Calendar, because there's been a lot of situations like these lately. Well, heck, Clary. I'm doubly sorry that I missed it. It's better than some song you don't really know. Fair enough. I'm an idiot. I had it right on the Google Calendar. Why didn't my phone... Hold on. Now we're just going down... Now we're just going down mystery train. Had my phone on do not disturb. Had my phone on do not disturb. Everybody, hey, fun fact, check the notifications on your phone. Although, in no particular order, and I'm gonna try and hide all of the notifications, like the names of them. Try and clear out your notifications sometimes. I hear it does good for you. I hear it's a great thing to do for the longevity of everything. Happy birthday, Glory! I'm still gonna send you the birthday message tomorrow because I am a bad friend. But yeah. You only knew to send your dad a birthday message because Siri reminded you. Today has been just truly a cavalcade of disasters. And again, we're gonna move on super fast, but like I don't know. I blame it on seasonal affective disorder. I blame it on being bipolar. I blame it on a lot of stuff. There are just some days where you like sit down and you're like, I'm gonna be productive today, and then you look up and it's 6 p.m. and you go, today was not the day, Chief. So yeah. And it's good to see you, Kishnok. I did not hear any news about Good Omens, Pixie. What's going on with that? But yeah. I have a lot of unread Discord messages, Kishnok. Give me a hot sec. Yeah, sure. I'm game to again repurpose and do something with book club. Unfortunately, a part of the problem is that I, as you can tell, am great at time management and all of that jazz. So if there's something you want to do with it, cool. But yeah, my value as a person isn't tied to productivity. That's not what the market economy tells me. But I appreciate it. It's almost the shortest day. Even the sun doesn't want to be up. Is winter solstice literally the shortest day of the year? Dang. Season 3 confirmed? Of course we did. All right, hold on. There's a reckoning coming, and it burns beyond the grave. Nope, not quite there. Boy, boy, you owe me money, boy. It's been a while. I actually haven't done the Seymour Valentine voice in a hot second. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Clary. Happy birthday to you. Pew, 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 pew. Bunch of revolvers go off. Throw a stick of dynamite. Ride a horse off a cliff. Just like the Wild West. There you go. That's my best effort. That's what you get. Okay. Okay. And then Happy Birthday comes after me with the copyright strike. You know how it goes. Okay. That being said, I think... Oh, wait, no. I wanted to do Advent Calendar, and then we're gonna get into the game. Is that it? Is that everything I have to say? There's no Demised After Dark today, but I need to put out prompts. And so I'm actually going to go ahead and do that right now, just while I can sneak around with that one. Finally finished Baldur's Gate so you can start Rogue Trader? Hell yeah. So I was thinking about what I was saying that I wanted to do this week, Enderfriend, and I was like, I wanna go back and I wanna do Baldur's Gate, right? Like I wanna knock out Baldur's Gate. But I want to do Rogue Trader more. I don't know if it's just because it's new and because, like, that requires, like new things are always shinier. I don't know if it was Theo's phenomenal edit of me being an Adeptus Mechanicus, which I should have asked Theo's permission beforehand, and I didn't do that, but I did grab it for the thumbnail of today's YouTube simulcast, so yeah. That's why you didn't start it before. Listen, we need to go back to Baldur's Gate. We're in the monastery. Um, like, we've just solved the Dawn Lord's puzzle or whatever and got Morning Lord's Radiance on all of us, and now we do extra radiant damage. And y'all know I love my sweet, beautiful boy in that one. But also, there's just something about Warhammer 40k. You can Unga and you can Boonga your way through Warhammer 40k much easier than you can through the worlds of like Dungeons and Dragons and Faerun and that sort of stuff, right? Like, the problem is that CRPGs give you meaningful branching narratives where they're like, so many things matter. And Warhammer 40k is the only world in which I have ever once looked at a man go, no, it's okay. We can get rid of as many commoners as we want because it's for the good of the Imperium. And everyone else in the setting just sort of nods along and goes, yes, that makes perfect sense to me. And like, there's just something about that level of like ribald villainy that's just like in the open, and everyone's like, no, yes, of course, that makes perfect sense. So, you get it. When am I gonna do an artistic nude stream? Are you talking about me tastefully drawing nudes? Because let me tell you something. It's gonna be a stick figure with a dick. That's all you get. Listen, Harley, we have to finish Baldur's Gate 3 because otherwise I made Sabata a promise once that I would put on a cowboy outfit on stream, and I don't want to have to deal with that. So, you know. Okay. Let's see. Is there anything else worth talking about? I don't think so. I think that's everything. YouTube simulcast. I keep forgetting. On the 15th day of Christmas. Which, if you're playing along at home with the Dungeons and Dragons Advent Calendar, it's this one down here. Which is a little beholder guy. The 12 days of Christmas are after Christmas. I didn't know that. Someone told me that the that song is all about birds, and I wasn't ready. Okay, don't know what this is. Is this... What are you? What's happening? What... It's a bag? With spooky skeletons on the front? I mean, I guess I can use this to wrap someone's, present. Listen, y'all, I'm not going to say that, ever since Hasbro took over Dungeons and Dragons and Wizards of the Coast, I have had feelings about them, but there is a particular reason why I'm not super happy to, endorse Dungeons and Dragons, so, you know. To keep all the rest of the loot in? Maybe, but it is a wild thing to give me on day 15, right? It's a bag of holding. Oh, that's kind of cute. Does it actually say that anywhere on here? Because if they branded it as that, I'd be willing to have a conversation. Like, it just truly is a bag. I mean, it's a bag with a fun print on it, but you know. Anyways. Oh, it's the 12 days leading up to the Epiphany. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Alright. Well, listen, y'all. I'm not saying there's a reason why we're playing. I mean, oh god. We're gonna call it a bag of holding until we're told otherwise. Honestly, your branding is the only thing saving this advent calendar, huh? So, okay. Thanks for vibing. You think you did get the better calendar? You know, everyone needs a small, nice bag thing for a present at this time of year. It works in my honest opinion. So here's the thing about that, because you're very not wrong, Harley. I don't remember which day it was. Is it day? No, it's not day 10. One of the other days was straight up just... Oh yeah, it was day 2. Day 2 was just straight up some gift labels. Like, it's a mimic, and then some D20s, and a gelatinous cube, and a battle axe. And these are just straight up gift labels. So you're not wrong. It could be that the theme of this particular advent calendar is to help pack things, so... But I want useless plastic knickknacks to put on my desk, because I don't have enough of them. This is a bit. Well, it's a bit. Well, it's a bit. Well... Okay. It's a bit. Well... So, here's what you've missed. Luckily, I thought that I had lost my save file. Thank you for the hydrate, Harley. I thought I had not had a save file, and I did in I will adjust my posture, thank you. I did in the Discord be like, oh no, it's all going to heck in a handbasket. Good news, the game does autosave, so we're just missing that last little bit after we finished that boss fight on the bridge, where we killed the other heir to the Von Valencius dynasty, Edelthrad, I want to say his name was. So we can just pick up from there. No problem. Oh my god. Oh no. Okay, well, that's fine. Hey everybody, if you ever use OBS to do things like recording and streaming, be sure that you switch collections, so that way it's not a semi-regular problem as you try and flip back and forth between things. Okay, so this was where we fought the Chaos Horror. We needed to then go figure out what the heck we were going to do, and of course... the person we got to talk to about that. Oh man, every time I keep coming in and accidentally skipping the dialogue here. Okay, well. Ravor, Master Helmsman, system status report. By the Emperor, it's the Seneschal, living and breathing. The white-haired man with sickly pale skin salutes you. Well, there's a tricky question. The whole place is so overgrown with foul wickedry we'd be scrubbing it off the vid screens for throne knows how long. How did you people survive in here? The man glances around the bridge. Must have been Providence. It better have been the Emperor's, not someone else's. When they barged in here, the ones with the Master of Whispers, some officers charged them, but it wasn't even a fight. I grabbed whoever I could and dragged them behind the cogitators, then I prayed for our rescue. So if you don't remember last time, we've been selected as one of the heirs to the Von Valencius throne. As a part of being one of the heirs to the Von Valencius throne, there is an entire situation that's coming with it, where basically we had to undergo some sort of like trials to win Lady Theodora von Valancius's sort of favor, except that didn't end up happening. Instead, Theodora von Valancius is dead, and we, being the only heir who survived the mutiny, are now sort of picking up the reins where we left off. Just so you guys are aware, we're going to be going into an ad break, so it's going to be 3 minutes of ads. Do not sweat it. This is mainly recap from the end of last VOD, so I'll see you guys back here real soon. We need to re-establish contact with the Navigator's Sanctum. It is our only chance of escaping from the war. Your words seem to knock the officers out of their stupor, and the air around you fills with voices and commands being issued. You hear someone sobbing, one of the survivors buckling under the stress. Abelard cuffs the crying officer without even looking. Restore the Vox channel to the Navigator's Sanctum. Ready the crew. Prepare for translation to real space. Abelard pauses for a few seconds before turning to you. Elish, you may call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to disregard rules. You are the only one who speaks for House von Valancius. You may not be the Lord Captain, but you, more than anyone else, deserve to take her place in the ritual that is about to commence. He directs your attention upward, to the throne that sits at the apex of the tall staircase. What must I do? Take the Lord Captain's seat. Order the final preparations, wait for the officers to report. Blast it all to the void. Translation is a craft, not something explained in a tick. Just go up to the throne, Master Elish. These people are about to do the impossible. The least they deserve is the solace of seeing a figure sitting in the usual spot. Please hurry. Every second we waste is a terrible risk. I'm ready. Let's get this rockin' and rolling. We'll catch you, Pixie. Thank you. And so this is a vision from the warp we saw last time. The image before you is hazy, swaying in sorcerous currents invisible to mortal eyes, as if whatever is beneath this thin shell is constantly changing, while still remaining the same. It is taken on the guise of Theodora, but the false rogue trader's eyes reveals the entity's true, surreal nature. One of Theodora's eyes is engulfed in otherworldly fire, the other, a vessel of ancient evil, bores into you. A voice seeps directly into your brain without ever reaching your ears, and this voice booms with all the horrors of the warp. Mortal, who are you to oppose the very flows of fate? The vision lowers its head, its harrowing gaze boring into you. For but a moment, something changes in Theodora's expression. It almost looks like a shadow of fear? It matters not. Your footfalls are an echo of the sand pouring between the scales. Your hopes and faith are my mockery. I've already resisted the temptation of the warp once. Whatever you are, you will not cloud my mind with a new illusion. Theodora hisses almost painfully, as if wounded by your words. Resisting the inevitable means only that realization and submission will bring greater torment. There is no power that can hinder the flows of fate. Your head begins to spin and viscous drops slither down your cheeks. You blink, and you are no longer looking at Theodora. It is the traitor Voitir, just as fluid and ephemeral as the previous apparition. The same terrifying voice seethes from his lips. The aspirant vowed to return with a trophy, a relic that could serve the edge of daybreak. That fate was assured on the steps chosen, and yet you broke the unbreakable when you took the aspirant's place. I see you. On the day when the final dawn rises over the Iron World, I see you by my side on that day, the day of my resurrection. The image is scattered by invisible sorcerous winds. And you see Adira, her eyes aglow with the same sinister flame. Your image is woven into the tapestry of things to come, and I am the will of the weaver of destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. The thread that will guide you and the weapon of our return to me. A cavalcade of hazy glimpses of a future yet unknown passes before your eyes. A flash of crimson, purple. The images replace one another in a violent kaleidoscope without ever letting you get a proper look at them. Through the rippling mirage, you see a twisted image of Abelard, the loyal seneschal of the dynasty. The path is set, child of the dawn. The thread is woven. Follow it, servant of mine. Master Helmsman Ravor turns around and looks up at you. He hesitates for a few moments, then addresses Abelard, who is standing next to you. Seneschal, the navigator's sanctum is silent. The Vox signal is stable, which means... Abelard nods absent-mindedly. The navigator gave his life battling the storm that nearly claimed the Von Valencius flagship. We will honor his memory along with that of all who died this day. Ravor does not look away. He's giving you a hard stare, his white brows furrowed. Seneschal, will you tell us now, who is that? Where's the Lord Captain?
As First Officer, it is my duty to inform you with the greatest regret and indelible sorrow that Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius is dead. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty. By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision.
Why would I refuse this? Say nothing.
It is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valancius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the warrant of trade, and the title of Rogue Trader. The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim, have you lost your tongues? Hail your lord. It is because of his toils that we all still live.
Because of my toils. Which... I think I've already made this comment, but the way that Rogue Trader handles, you taking control and you being some sort of overlord, for lack of a better phrase, I'm liking the setup here more than the setup in Pathfinder Kingmaker, and I'm wondering if that's just because fantasy worlds don't lend itself very easily to spectacle or what, but no.
The deed is done, Master. My apologies. I meant to say Lord Captain.
Well...
The treachery of the Master of Whispers was fruitless, but victory came at a great cost. Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius perished along with her heir, Edelthrad, and thousands of crew members. Yet hope remained. For the second in line to the Rogue Trader dynasty survived. To hang the ancestral banners once again, and exact vengeance on the enemies of House von Valancius and humanity.
I like that little cinematic. I'm still flabbergasted that the flagship of the Von Valancius dynasty is a frigate. Like, and this is the other thing that Warhammer does really well, right? Which is there's all sorts of banners and alliances and noble factions that are agreeing to assist one another in some capacity, are vying against one another in another capacity. Being a noble is not in and of itself better than being like another noble explicitly. Like you can be a noble faction, but you're like an incredibly minor noble faction, right? Or you can be a noble to a specific planet, but the greater systems and Imperium of Man as a whole doesn't know your name. And so the sort of like overlapping complexities therein is always something that I really enjoy, especially because you know me, I love a good pissing match between nobles. Deep shadows of weariness can be seen on Abelard's face, though the old officer's eyes are keen. They rake you over from head to toe. He frowns, then muttering something, and nods to himself. Well then, your lordship. You had us worried for a few hours there. Abelard offers a thin smile. But after witnessing you fearlessly rush into the fray on deck, the only thing that surprises me is how long you stayed on your feet. Your strength only left you once the fighting was all over. Such fortitude is most admirable in a Lord Captain. We must now hold your first officer's briefing in your new role as Lord Captain. For many of those who are about to join us on the bridge, this will also be their first briefing. We sustained massive losses among the senior and middle-ranking officers. Some posts have had to be filled by the deputy's deputy, while others go unfilled entirely. And now the deck clans are deciding who will take over the leaderless crews. How did we come to lose so many officers? It appears the heretics were deliberately targeting the vessel's command. They knew exactly whom they were looking for and where they could be found. Which is unsurprising, given their informant on board was our own Master of Whispers. Abelard grimaces. Oh no, not the heretics. Well, so in Warhammer 40k versus in Ishgard, being a heretic, well, I would actually argue the heretics of Ishgard also have problems, but being a heretic inside of Warhammer 40k is actually a much bigger deal. Because sort of in a semi-parallel universe, semi-bubble reality to the real world, there is this thing called the warp. It's also called a lot of other names, the Immaterium, etc. And so the idea is that if you go into the warp, the laws of reality are different. And so a lot of those laws of reality are used to explain faster than light travel, right? The idea that you have a warp drive that is capable of taking you into the warp, traveling through the warp, coming out on the other side, and because the laws of physics don't behave the same way, you can travel a much greater distance in the warp than you would be able to in real space. But the warp isn't only different in terms of its useful, like, distance properties. The warp is also where all of the magic of Warhammer 40k comes from. The psychers, right? And their psychic powers. It explains a lot of technology that doesn't really make sense or that can't be explained. In a fantasy setting, right? Normally the phrase is, a wizard did it. In Warhammer, the phrase is, it's because of the warp, or it's because of the Emperor / the Emperor is a chaos god, don't at me. And so there's a lot of complications that come from it. Heretics in the world of Warhammer 40k normally, and there's like 16 asterisks, but they normally worship these creatures that live inside the warp that we as humanity call the chaos demons, right? And there's a couple of chaos gods. There's Zeech, there's Khorne, there's, oh my god, the fun sexy one, and then the gross pestilent one. And then there's Horus, who didn't really become a god, and then they have all of their champions and demi things underneath them. But long story short, being a heretic in Warhammer 40k is, generally speaking, as close to an evil as the world of Warhammer 40k really has. Again, 16 asterisks aside, you know I like playing a paladin, so if you call something a demon, I'm inclined to just sort of fighting it, but you get it. Yeah. And we lost all of our officers because Conrad was the Master of Whispers, Spy Master, knew exactly where the, like, key infrastructure was. Damn, why's it gotta be bad to worship a sexy fun demon? So the sexy fun demon, and I don't remember their name right now for whatever reason. It's not Zeech. Who is it? The sexy fun time demon, basically there's a bunch of space elves called the Eldari, and the Eldari live forever and are magic space elves, and they basically have the world's biggest super orgy, and then from their super orgy comes, thank you Kishnok, comes Slaanesh. And the problem is that Slaanesh isn't just fun sexy times. Slaanesh is fun sexy times at the expense of all other things, right? So worshippers of Slaanesh engage in the worst kinds of sadism, right? The kinds of sadism where consent is no longer a relevant factor. They engage in I don't know if gluttony is really their purview as much, but overindulgence, right? The idea oftentimes being that the higher up the ranks of Slaanesh's cult that you go, there are problems that come with it insofar as how you're able to function as a society, which is a part of Chaos's like brilliant design as a faction in the world, right? Insofar as Chaos will never have a good time doing infrastructure, doing supply lines, doing that sort of thing. But yeah. Hey, Top Hat, ooh. We're knocking out some dares in Rogue Trader today because once we give those dares over to Owlcat Games, we might be able to get some free keys to give away to people. And so that way you guys can enjoy the game as well and maybe pick up the deluxe edition if you're feeling so inclined. Hedonism in its pure form, right? The pursuit of pleasure is the highest moral good, etc., etc. You get it. Okay. What is on the agenda for this evening? Sorry, Abelard, I just had an entire trance where I learned a bunch of things about the Chaos Gods. It's all out of character information. You don't get it. Reports on the condition of the ship and her crew. The Lord Captain is not usually drawn away from her important affairs to attend such routine briefings, but this is a unique situation. I am still receiving updates from across the ship, and they are not encouraging. Getting this bird to fly could take a gargantuan effort, even so far as you personally negotiating with the authorities of the system we are currently in. So prepare to hear a bevy of complaints and excuses, your lordship. Take this opportunity to get a good look at the officers who work 6 decks away from the bridge, and they in turn will have the honor of beholding the visage of their Lord Captain. Have you succeeded in tracking down Voigtger? Abelard grits his teeth. No, Lord Captain. In all the commotion, his trail went cold. Our people are still on the hunt for him and any mutineers who may still be skulking in the ship's many corridors, but frankly, I would not be surprised to hear that we are now one shuttle short. I am afraid that it will be some time before he answers for all that he has wrought. Wait, Abelard, there's an altogether more pressing problem. I do not wish to be the rogue traitor. Incorrect. I would like to accumulate power. Thank you. Yeah, Nurgle is Puss Boy. Thank you. With a gesture, Abelard relays the orders to the adjutants in the far end of the magnificent chamber. A dozen pairs of eyes bore into you, the expressions revealing restraint, joy, curiosity, and wariness. Attention officers, you have been granted an honor. Lord Captain Elish von Valencius will personally conduct today's briefing. Our most gracious Lord Captain is ready to hear your reports. Perhaps you would introduce those present, Abelard. As you wish, your lordship. Vigdis Suri Ota of the Ptoleman line, our new Vox Master. It is an honor to serve your lordship. The Vox Master offers a deep bow. Aboard this vessel you have at your command thousands of crew members and hundreds of officers and section chiefs. I am responsible for receiving, processing, and sending all communications between you and them, as well as external sources. I am your eyes and mouth, Lord Captain. Hey girl, I'll tell you what you can do with my... Beside her is Ravor, the Master Helmsman. He steers our ship along the course set by the Lord Captain and monitors the void around us to ensure that we do not stray into an asteroid field or a pirate trap. The bearded man with pale, almost transparent skin, large dark circles under his eyes, and a dour expression that seems hardwired into his face gives a sullen nod. Hail, Lord Captain. This here ship's as good as home to me, so rest assured she's in safe hands. I'll die before I let her come to any grief. And lastly, our high factotum Janris Danrock, who oversees supplies, procurement, and the general material well-being of the ship. Dressed in an embroidered jacket, the heavyset man with oiled hair offers an obsequious smile and bows. It is an honor, your lordship. You may trust me with all matters concerning your comfort. Everything will be done to the highest standard. In the second row, we have the 3 officers charged with overseeing the ship's vital functions. The Master of Ordnance is responsible for the artillery aboard, the Infernus Master, whose crew work to prevent and extinguish fires on the ship, and lastly, the Drives Master, servant of the Omnicide. The 3 officers salute you. The Infernus Master does so with confidence, while the Master of Ordnance betrays nervousness. The Drives Master offers a salute resembling a dance, involving the complicated manipulation of all the tech priests' mechadendrites. And of course, mechadendrites are the tentacles that are coming out of their head that, do odds and ends. Is that everyone? Unfortunately, our choir master, the esteemed Zachary Weiss, head of the Astropath section, is unable to join us. He is in charge of communications with distant star systems. Master Weiss has been in a trance for some time now, attempting to contact other planets in the Von Valencius Protectorate and inform them of Lady Theodora's passing and Conrad Voigtger's treachery. I will deliver a report to your lordship on the Astropath's progress as soon as it is possible to do so. All others present are adjutants, secretaries, and deputies. They are here to make a record of proceedings. Sure, fine. I wish to hear the Infernus Master's report. Yes, Lord Captain. I can report that all fires across all decks have now been extinguished. There won't even be so much as a campfire lit inside this spaceship. The preliminary damage assessment in terms of material losses and crew casualties has been completed. The results has been submitted to the Seneschal and the High Factotum. The post passed to him after the previous Infernus Master and his 3 deputies expired in the line of duty. Abelard remarks in a low-pitched voice only for your ears. The lad is managing well so far. He can take the heat, so to speak. High Factotum, what have you to report? We are toiling day and night to compile a full account of the losses. The task will require next to no involvement from your lordship. I will personally ensure that all damaged components are given to the tech priest's hands for attention, and that all lost supplies are replaced. There is only one resource that I cannot replenish single-handedly, and that is people. We have lost more than 2,000 crew members, and unfortunately, this number is not confined to the scum from the lower decks, which are easily replaced, but also includes trained professionals. We will be able to make up our losses on the nearest planet, Rykard Minoris. However, the planet, the whole system in fact, belongs to the Winterscale Rogue Trader dynasty. We cannot simply begin recruiting on the planet without first coming to an understanding with the governor. In that respect, I am powerless. Negotiations at this level are a matter for the rogue traitor. Especially true given Caligos Winterscale's penchant for attacking first and asking questions later, and the kind of thick-skulled thugs he usually installs as governors on his planets, rumbles Abelard, frowning. Drives Master, I will hear from you now. A voice distorted by a Vox retranslator emerges from under the Tech Priest's scarlet hood. Lord Captain, the foes that set upon this noble void ship destroyed the repositories of hundreds of machine spirits. The great warp engine entrusted into my charge is unharmed, thank the Omnissiah, but its spirit mourns its dead brethren. We have not yet identified a prayer protocol capable of assuaging its sorrow and anger. So this is a thing about Warhammer 40k that's one of those things that's like, is this actually the case? Isn't it actually the case? Machine spirits are referred to as things that are basically software, right? So, for example, say you have a advanced rice cooker, right? And the rice cooker has different settings. They might call pushing the white rice and then the power button to like start it a like prayer protocol, right? And the thing about the world of Warhammer 40k is, on one hand, they might be literal about that. That might be literally the rice cooker machine spirit being like, this is how you praise me, mortals. That could be the case, because the world of Warhammer 40k, fantasy setting, separate from ours, weird. But also, they oftentimes refer to older machines that don't obey tech priests in the same way. Their machine spirits are rebellious or obstinate or disinclined to listen. And I'm 95% sure the old tech, the you know, normal toasters, the pot of water that you put on the stove, is literally just normal technology, and that tech priests are all a bunch of assholes who just hide the secret of the power button. Which is right. You'll have to ask someone who's a little bit more hardcore into the Warhammer 40k universe, because as far as I'm concerned, the right of percussive maintenance is all you need. What an interesting thing to walk into. Hey, Sathies, we're doing a little bit of Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. Mainly because it's just been on my mind a lot recently, so, you know. Yeah, so we're talking to the Drives Master. And, like, this is a thing tech priests do, is they, like, they talk to machines. And how literal is that versus how, like, allegorical? With great sorrow, I must also report that Engine Seer Prime, overseer and spiritual authority of all tech priests on board, fell in battle. The Magos was betrayed by the little flesh that remained a part of him. A most terrible loss. There is no one among my comrades aboard whose experience and comprehension of the sacred protocols equals that of the fallen Magos. We require a replacement, and as soon as possible. Would someone care to translate the esteemed Drives Master's words? We understand what they mean. They need a new engine seer as a position on board the ship, right? I see, thank you. The tech priest bows her head. Master Helmsman, deliver your status report. Right you are, Lord Captain. To cut a long story short, the outlook is bleak. The ship's sound, more or less, but without our engine seer Prime and navigator, who fell in battle, we have no way out of the system. If we try to set so much as a toe inside the warp, I don't know what'll happen first. The warp drive being torn to pieces, or all of us melting into the bulkheads. Just went full brogue there. That's not what I was looking for, but you know. Oh no, I'm sorry, Battle Benoy. Yeah, it might have to be a Google Chrome situation. Your Lordship, if you will allow me to interject, When we arrived in this system, my crew followed standard protocols and conducted a count of all the available communication channels in the region. One of them is a Navis Nobilite station. The station maintains complete Vox silence, but even its presence here inspires hope. To have located a navigator in the very same system is an incredible stroke of luck, a true blessing from the God Emperor. If I were you, I'd grab this chance with both hands, or else you'll soon be eyeing up asteroids to use as your new residence. In slightly less shitty news, we can go round and round this system till our heads are swimming, as long as the promethium and supplies last. But if any thick as Grok's shit lowlifes come stiffening around, we'll be able to take them out, so don't you worry on that score. Master of Ordnance, do you have anything to report? The Master of Ordnance gives you a gloomy look. No. My job's simple. Maintain the arsenal and fire where I'm told, but just ask anyone. We've got no able crew, no Lord Captain. Master of Ordnance, you forget yourself. The Master of Ordnance chokes back his words. He was obviously about to blurt out without thinking. Casts another look to you before lowering his gaze. I apologize profusely, Lord Captain. Pardon the fool. The ship is in ruins, every other officer is dead, and the Lord Captain is no longer with us. Fear has taken hold of me. But I've heard of you. Oh, yes. Your fame has reached even as far as the Expanse. I can't be showing myself up in front of an illustrious person such as yourself. The Master of Ordnance can report that the rest of the arsenal has been saved, and the battery is in good order. We are ready to fight, if that is the Lord Captain's will. To summarize, we have sustained serious losses in crew members, and we require a new Engineer Prime and Navigator. Is that all that is preventing us from continuing the voyage? Precisely, Lord Captain. But bear in mind that this will not be the end of our trials. The ship's systems must be properly inspected for major damage, which can only be carried out at Footfall Station, home to the only dockyard in the sector. But we will never reach Footfall without solving these 3 immediate problems. What can you tell me about the system in which we currently find ourselves? I cede to the Vox Master on this point. Mistress Tolomon? We are in the Rykard star system, and our voyage here was undertaken on the orders of your lordship's predecessor. There are 3 inhabited bodies in this system, and our attempts to send Vox messages have produced confounding results. The Navis Nobilite station has not simply failed to answer, it seems to be maintaining total Vox silence. However, we did receive a distress signal from the prison planetoid in the system, and Rykard Minoris itself is also not responding to our hails. But what is most alarming is that our augurs have intercepted signals from the surface that seem to indicate ongoing hostilities on the planet. The situation is not very encouraging, but without a navigator, a tech priest, and new crew members, we won't be able to travel anywhere. Therefore, we must go to the planet and the Navis Nobilite station and find out what in the void is going on. Thank you all for your reports. Dismissed. The assembled officers salute you as one. But yeah... Your lordship, there is one other thing, a confidential matter of the utmost importance. Lady Theodora... Abelard hesitates. Your eternally esteemed predecessor brought the ship here to this system for a reason. She was given a secret commission. You perhaps are wondering who has the authority to commission a rogue trader to do anything. And I shall tell you, the Lord Inquisitor, the Hand of the Emperor, the chief architect of his will in the Cronus Expanse. I came across a strange handwritten letter in Theodora's desk. It was signed XC. You are referring to the contents of that note, I presume. Yes, quite right. XC Xavier Calcazar. Lady Theodora was to seek out the Lord Inquisitor's right-hand man when Heinrichs van Kalops. An interrogator, you understand. All I know is that he is somewhere in this system, that we must find him, and offer him whatever assistance he requires, then deliver him to Footfall in the Furibundus system. Finding him without any more information to go on will be difficult indeed, but an Inquisitor is an important individual. The authorities in the system, either the Navis Nobilite or the Governor of Rykard Minoris, may know something. So Inquisitors in the world of Warhammer 40k, though Inquisitors in the world of Warhammer 40k are slightly different than the Inquisitors that you might know of from history or other fantasy analogs. There was a man, not Magnius Kragnar, Malkador the Sigillite, I want to say. Malkador the Sigillite was given a writ from the God Emperor of mankind. And that writ was basically, like, do whatever you want, no rules are beholden to you, you are given this power directly from me, the God Emperor. And then Malkador the Sigillite went out, and there were a bunch of people underneath his organization, which were the Sigillites, I want to say. He goes out and he founds the Inquisition. And so basically, because Malkador the Sigillite had that original piece of paper written, everyone underneath Malkador the Sigillite, the Inquisitors, claimed their right of authority directly to that piece of paper, directly to Malkador the Sigillite, directly to the Emperor. So they're kind of a separate institution from everything else. Inquisitors normally only have as much power as they're able to take, because while the Ecclesiarchy ostensibly is doing stuff inside of the Imperium and has that power, the Inquisition oftentimes goes against the Ecclesiarchy directly, and there's all sorts of power dynamics and struggles there, so you get it. But alright, I think that's everything about Lord Inquisitors. Inquisitors do have complete carte blanche to do whatever they want. It's hard because this is assuming everything goes rules as written, right, Harley? Because technically speaking, all Inquisitors are incredibly powerful, but like, let's operate under the assumption that you had a not particularly powerful Inquisitor, right? Let's go so far as to say, you had an Inquisitor who was approximately of the resource holdings of a planetary governor, right? Throwing your weight around in that situation, even though you legally have the right, is a little bit more tenuous, right? In the Eisenhorn books, the titular character literally says to a planetary governor, "Do you know who the God Emperor is? Pretend that I am him, and you won't be far wrong." Fair. The Inquisition is self-governing, yeah. Which does mean, as like a little caveat and asterisk, and this isn't me fighting you. I haven't read the Eisenhorn books, although I've heard good things about them. That the Inquisition is also fundamentally self-reliant, right? Like, if you are a part of the Inquisition, you have to supply all the goods and resources needed, so yeah. And other branches do like to cause issues, like the Ecclesiarchy will hunt Inquisitors who are psychers as witches. I didn't know that. Is that true? Okay, so surprising no one. My weird fantasy religious like paladinness comes out a lot with the Inquisition and the Grey Knights, because I believe the Grey Knights are technically a part of the Inquisition, right? And so there's all sorts of fun stuff with that. But anyway, sorry, we gotta focus up. I'm getting way sidetracked. But long story short, there's great stuff in here. If you like this kind of thing, if this faction is using favors from this faction and this individual has writ against that individual, it turns into a separate thing. Grey Knights are chamber militant of the Ordo Malleus, demon hunters. And the Ordos Are the Ordos are Inquisition, right? Because every Inquisitor is beholden to a specific order, right? Yeah, there's the Ordo Malleus, the Ordo Xenos? That's not right. There's the ones that hunt aliens, there's the one that hunts heretics, and there's the one that hunts demons, right? Ordo Hereticus, Ordo Xenos, Ordo Malleus. Wow, the Ordo Xenos really just, like, the naming convention there just sort of wiped their hands of the whole affair and said, we're off duty now, hey? But yeah, okay. Inquisitor important. People will know where they are. Sorry. I really like talking about this stuff. Mainly because, you know, it's that sort of fantasy nonsense lore that I feast upon all the time. That is all of it, your lordship. You have a great deal of work ahead of you, but it is a mere taste of the daily burden of a rogue trader. Soon you must take up the reins of the Von Valancius Protectorate. Abelard gives you another scrutinizing look, as if you've spent way too much time talking about how much you like the Inquisition in Warhammer 40k, which is a side bit of a side bit. And then he looks like he's about to offer you something that's going to get you back on track. Idira, Sister Argenta, explain yourselves. The Sister of Battle grimly nods towards Idira. The Psyker is suffering some ailment or dark madness. She insisted on seeing the rogue trader. I judge that it would be unwise to leave her unsupervised. For a brief moment, Sister Argenta's voice sounds hesitant. I was also hoping to approach you with a personal request, but it can wait. Speak with me when you have time, rogue trader. Oh, I didn't know that. The Death Watcher, the Chamber Militant of the Ordo Xenos. Okay. What? I do? Yeah, it's kind of crazy, Lemu. Interesting. Yeah, that tracks. Okay. Idira's glazed eyes rove over those assembled. One word bursts from her lips. Daybreak. Abelard, bring the witch to heel. If there's nothing else of value to report, I declare this briefing adjourned. It is time to get to work. No. Idira, you're a psyker. Tell me what you know. Damn it! Idira presses her fingers to her temples in desperation. Your lordship, here's the thing. Nope. I was trying to see the immediate future, and it hit me so hard, my head is still spinning. Something very strange is heading our way, and I can't make out what it is, no matter how hard I try. A single word is all I can make out. Daybreak. Or maybe it's dawn? And it's ringing and ringing like an echo, like a bell. But if it's daybreak, then why is it so dark? We cannot extract any information of value from a single word. Can you tell us anything else, Mistress Talas? No. Not yet, anyway. The voices are going berserk, all shouting at once. I can't make sense of any of it. As soon as I know or sense anything, I'll report it, all right? Lord Captain, if you want me to take a closer look into your future, find me on the bridge and we can talk. Lady Theodora was well served by my whispers on many occasions, and I'm sure you would benefit from them as well. The Psyker's bitten lips stretch into a wry smile. If there is nothing else of value to report, I declare this briefing concluded. It is time to get to work. I always thought Chamber Militant was referring to the legions being broken up into chapters, Harley. I didn't realize that it was actually an Inquisition thing specifically. The High Factotum breaks away from the rest and approaches you, bowing repeatedly. Lord Captain, if I may steal just one more moment of your time, the matter is rather delicate as it concerns trophies that were left after the battles on the ship. One trophy in particular, I should say. I retrieved a blade fragment from one of the bodies on the bridge. A curious article. I saw the need to keep it safe in case it should be of interest to you. As he says this, the factotum's gaze slides away from yours, and he looks off somewhere over your shoulder. Oh no. Oh no. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. Because I'm a big nerd when it comes to the Grey Knights, telling me that there's a demon blade and me wanting, like, obviously we didn't choose Psyker, so we can't actually do a sort of Grey Knight build. But telling me you've got like a demon blade fragment. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I don't know. So, I don't. If you guys weren't here last time, there are three different sort of alignments, for lack of a better phrase: heretical, dogmatic, iconoclast. Dogmatic is for the Emperor. Dogmatic is the one that I'm normally going to be choosing. Heretical, bad, we're chaos cultists. Iconoclast is the like sort of more pragmatic everyman thing. So obviously, we should get rid of it. But if Castellan Marcus Crow can conquer his demon blade, surely we can conquer our demon blade for the good of the Empire, right? Surely. Oh no. Oh no! Is your character an Inquisitor? No, there wasn't an Inquisitor background option. We're just a noble. We could have chosen Psyker, and I should have chosen Psyker, but I didn't. How much demon lore does he have? He's got a teeny tiny bit. Like, I want to say 30 in the skill. Oh, and yeah. Hello, Syndra. Hey. Don't fuck with it, then? You know telling me not to fuck with it makes me want to do it even more, Harley. And do not apologize for being a lore nerd. You know I freaking love lore. Warhammer is one of those settings that, like, I'm always conflicted about. And so, the fact that you work for Games Workshop and know this stuff is exactly my jam, right? I wonder who the Inquisition would fight, if not just fighting itself for heresy. Oh, you know. You know nothing about Warhammer, but you love the Owlcat games and you're tempted to get this. Well, Fluffbot, great news. Because we're associated with Daredrop, we've got the opportunity to potentially get more game codes. So what you can do, if you already know you love Owlcat games, but you're not 100% sure if you want to do this, as a little Christmas gift from me to you, chat, once we get those dares and get those codes for Warhammer Rogue Trader, we can do some giveaways and stuff, hey? So yeah. Okay. I'm sorry, we're gonna keep the blade. I'm just too greedy and too selfish and too... Like, here's the thing. We didn't choose Psyker, so how are we gonna get access to our cool psychic abilities to smite the heretic? You were right to do so. Give it to me. Of course, please. The factotum takes his time, but after a few moments he withdraws a small, jagged shard that gleams with a pearlescent luster. We should not have this. We should not do this. We gotta go hard down the dogmatic route after this, because otherwise it's going to be real bad. I'm not going full heretic. I can't. Yeah, we'll continue to level up Fellowship. And then... oh my god, we could go no heresy to make my lore Xenos and lore warp 0, but gain plus 10 crit chance and plus 10 armor against Xenos or demonic creatures. With me trying to get cool Demon Blade, probably a bad idea, right? Do we go in on getting more lore of the warp then? Maybe to like offset the fact that we're fucking with the forces of which we do not understand. You know what? I'm gonna say yes. But then you would understand them, and we can't have that. Yeah, I know. Fuck with the forces for which you do not understand. For the Emperor! Oh, well, you know. Fair enough, Sathis. And let's take care of everybody's leveling while we're going down this route. Sister Argenta. You know we always love to have you around. I could have chosen the Ecclesiarchy origin as well, which would have given us Litany of Purification, Litany of Hatred, Shield of Faith. If I do another playthrough, I am going to go with like a more paladin-y style of investing points down the Psyker route. I had to start with a noble for Elish, right? Let's grab Shield of Faith on Sister Argenta. Or do we do Flensing Faith? Flensing Faith is not going to be that useful right now, right? I guess Shield of Faith is not that useful right now. I guess the Emperor Protects is just always a 3% chance to ignore any enemy attack. And that's going to be better the earlier we get it. The Emperor Protects feels fine and like a generic positive thing. We'll try that one. 3% is kind of a nothing sandwich, but you know, 3% of the time works all of the time. You know what I'm saying? Ooh. Sure, stabilizing factor. Cool. We have Abelard in the thick of things so often. Yeah, sure, fine. And, yeah, Abelard's in the thick of things. Let's make him harder to kill, sure. The Friends only Fiends run is a rough pipeline. We're not going to do only Fiends. But I will say, we do have to do a romance, Lemmy. We have to do exactly one romance, so, you know. A thin, pale woman stands out among the rest of the crew. There's a thick bundle of cables coming out of the back of her skull and disappearing under her ceremonial garment. And you see the grate of a quietly humming vox where her mouth should be. The woman sees you and bows her head in a respectful greeting. How may I serve you, Lord Captain? Oh, sure. Connect me to the vessel's main channel. I wish to bolster the morale of my crew. The Voxmaster nods obediently and presses several switches on the device she is holding. It is done, Lord Captain. And another thing, here's the reason why the Inquisitors of Ishgard are better than the Inquisitors in Warhammer 40k. And then everybody stood up and applauded. Remind me who you are again? Voxmaster Octavius Vigdis Suri Ota of the Ptoleman dynasty, the current Voxmaster serving aboard your vessel. In accordance with the Seneschal's orders, I assume this duty immediately upon the demise of the esteemed Voxmaster Septimus, who was my grandfather. We'll catch you, Ender Friend. Enjoy tabletop. What are the Voxmaster's duties? I am the ears and the voice of this void ship. I supervise several dozen officers and 3 times that number of support personnel. We receive, send, encrypt, and decode all incoming and outgoing messages through the ship's internal and external channels, and we also ensure clean communications and the optimal efficiency of the crew's Voxcasters. Vigdis, I don't want to be an asshole, but then how did Conrad's, betrayal get past you? If you ever want to know what worries and concerns your crew are harboring, what your subjects are whispering about in local networks after their watches, and what their leaders are clamoring about over shortwave Vox transmissions, just come and see me. I will satisfy your curiosity. Do not intercept communiques like that. That's illegal in the modern world. Have the Vox spirits brought you anything interesting lately? Forgive me, Lord Captain. I have no information that would be of interest to you at this moment. Why do you look so strange? What's wrong with your face? My appearance comes from my heritage. Generation after generation of people who spent their lives in the depths of this void ship. Neither we nor our ancestors have ever left our home, but the same can be said about many denizens of the Imperium's million worlds. We are used to the silence of the cosmos and the voices of the ship. There are thousands of us, but we dwell far from the Lord Captain's upper decks and remain unseen. We are the Voidborn. Where does the word Voidborn come from? Because we are the children born in the void between the stars, be it the womb of a traveling vessel, an orbital satellite, or a forgotten asteroid station, low gravity voyages through the warp, and the countless dangers of space travel, everything others hate and dread is second nature to us. Tell me about the lives of the Voidborn on my ship, in my crew. I don't know about the Voidborn. To us, the groans, creaks, and murmurs of the ship sound the way babbling brooks and singing birds do to world dwellers. We hear the ship breathe and know what it is feeling and thinking. We are a part of the ship just like it is a part of us. We perform numerous functions, and there are many officers among our number. Some maintain order and prevent mutiny, others serve as shepherds and support the crew, and some devote themselves to mending the body and spirit of the vessel. So, if you had told me about Voidborn before, I would have just operated under the assumption that they are, that it just refers to, you know, spacers, basically. This is sort of implying there's something more to it. So I am very curious on how that sort of manifests. Voidborn are interesting. Are they not just people born in system, like in space? Most of the Voidborn are members of large void ship dynasties that bear responsibility for a certain aspect of the ship's life. For 300 years, the main branch of the Ptolemon dynasty has produced the ship's Vox Masters, and most of our subordinates come from the cadet houses of the dynasty. Oh, I see. So it's not that there's necessarily something biologically or genetically different with them like Space Marines, but rather because the ships in Warhammer are so large and require so many people to crew them and live on the ships that they're very different. That's fascinating. Okay. Also, really quickly, everybody, we are going to go on another fast break. Now, all we're really doing is we're going over more lore, so I don't know how many people are into that kind of thing. If that's the kind of thing that these breaks are bothering you, I do apologize. Consider subscribing to the channel, and then you can avoid all of those Samsung ads. So, all right, I'm gonna run that quick break, and we'll be right back in it to win it. See you soon. Okay, how do you find life on the ship? Life has been quite generous to me, Lord Captain. I am the Vox Master, and only the best in the dynasty can become one. By virtue of my skills and position, no one has ever denied me anything. Our family claims a spacious section for its I never know how to pronounce this word aloud. I always think of it just as domain. Demesne? Domain? I also enjoy long walks through the narrow and dimly lit corridors of the ship, listening to the sounds of her activity, falling asleep and waking up to the chanting of hymns, and admiring the stars beyond, of course. Damn, can I romance Vox Master Vigdis? Just say domain? Okay. Like those who have lived on death planets or hive cities, etc. Okay, yeah. How do others on the ship treat you? Domain? Okay. I was fairly certain something like that. It looks like it has a lot of silent letters in it, right? We look, speak, and move differently from the inhabitants of the planetary worlds. Our way of life, traditions, and quirks frighten these people just like the darkness of the cosmos. Many believe us to be the bringers of ill fortune, and alas, it is the Voidborn who get the blame for terrible warp phenomenon during longer voyages. Is that true? Vigdis hesitates before continuing. Several years ago, an unfortunate warp jump caused all the food on board to spoil. 15 days later, a hungry and furious crew nearly massacred everyone on the lower decks, blaming us for the misfortune and hoping to restock the larders with our flesh. Corpse powder, anybody? I would have been killed during that mutiny had Adira Talas not shown up in the right place at the right time. She came to my rescue, and the scoundrel's fear of her was even greater than their fear of the Voidborn. They're presumably cursed, but they make up the bulk of a lot of larger ships, right? That's crazy. Looks like you are close friends with Adira. Webs of tiny wrinkles appear at the corner of Vigdis's eyes, the only hint that the Vox Master is smiling. The Voidborn seldom make friends, especially among the captain's entourage. But you see, many consider Adira to be different. I am different too. We have spent plenty of time in each other's company discussing regicide over a glass of Amasec. Amasec alcohol, regicide, like a board game. Except Idira changed after one incident, and we started to drift apart. The death of the Lord Captain Theodora made her withdraw even more. I do not know if Idira considers me her friend now, but we used to be very, very close. It is good that I can still look after her in my own way. Interpreting the Vox Master's emotions based on half a face and a Vox-modulated voice is no easy task, but you manage to catch the undercurrent in Vigdis's words. The Vox Master is not merely saddened by her rift with Idira, she is devastated by it. Oh, Vigdis. Have you ever left the ship? Oh, I did once, and it was dreadful. It felt like the massive blue dome overhead would shatter at any moment and fall, and my bones would be crushed by the gravity. Vigdis twitches her shoulders, trying to ward off the flood of memories. The ship is my home, Lord Captain, and I would not trade it even for the bounty of 100 worlds. Right, fair enough. Live your best life, bestie.
Lord
Abelard.
Captain.
Let's talk about things that may be useful to me as the rogue trader.
A noble aspiration, Lord Captain. I am ready to acquaint you with all the particulars that interest you.
Outline the situation in the Coronus Expanse for me. What do I need to know and keep in mind?
This is a topic for an official briefing, not a casual conversation. But I will try to answer succinctly. And if you permit, in my own words. The Coronus Expanse is considerably removed from the heart of the Imperium.
Sure.
This means that local warp routes become useless within months. Established pathways are regularly subject to attacks from all kinds of rabble. And in the only major port, the Imperium's frigates find themselves moored alongside pirate vessels.
Sure.
Until recently, the Coronus Expanse could hardly have been called a region of the Imperium. The situation has changed with the arrival of the Lord Inquisitor, but not by much. This place operates under its own rules, you see. More radical, so to speak. But ones that allow for a non-standard approach where there is a promise of victory. The Coronus Expanse is considered rogue trader territory for a reason. Only rogue traders have sufficient military might, audacity, and the rights granted them by the warrant to survive the leap into the unexplored part of the Expanse, and in the event of a successful outcome, to hold on to whatever they manage to capture on the frontier.
Right, we do know this about rogue traders. Who are the main players I need to be aware of in the Coronus Expanse?
In the first instance, you should treat official representatives of the Imperium with respect. The Expanse may be on the fringes, but it still numbers among the territories of the Golden Throne. The arrival of the Lord Inquisitor has turned the Coronus Expanse into a less wild and uncontrolled region, to the regret of some individuals who had grown inured to the local lawlessness. Rogue traders such as yourself are also servants of the Imperium. They have been accorded special rights and powers. They wield immense authority within their territory, and they enjoy absolute respect in other parts of the Expanse. The most powerful of them are Caligos Winterscale and Incendia Bastal Chorda. Tread carefully when dealing with either of them.
Did y'all see a blood effect on this banner pouring down earlier? Was that just me? Am I losing it? Although, in the world of Warhammer 40k, blood pouring out of a random pillar is, like, hardly the craziest thing. Wild. Okay.
If we are to speak of unclaimed territory, which is what Footfall is, among the scum that dwells on that handful of asteroids, there are 3 factions that wield considerable influence in the sector. The first is the Kazbala Commission, organized crime in its most primitive form. It holds sway over the Liege of Footfall, and has links to rogue trader Winterscale. The second faction is an offshoot of our shining ecclesiarchy, followers of St. Drusus. They are actively building their forces, and hold influence over rogue trader Chorda. And finally, the third faction, the Explorators, a wing of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They are willing to die and kill for the secrets of the ancient technological heresies that are hidden among the stars of the Coronus Expanse.
Sure. Do we think they're Dark Adeptus Mechanicus? Conrad, our previous Master of Whispers. What can you tell me about his betrayal? What do you think he'll do next?
You know, Lord Captain, I am no admirer of fine art. But when we next find ourselves in a civilized port, with time to spare, I will promptly find an artist and commission a portrait of the individual to whom you refer, with a hole between the eyes. Conrad Voigtveer. That he committed his treachery and escaped with his life was an unforgivable oversight.
Yeah, well. Nope, that's a very fair point, Harley. Glad the art industry is still healthy and whole.
We both served Lord Captain Theodora for many years, and we never saw eye to eye. He was brash. He was never afraid of assuming responsibility, and he willingly took on difficult tasks. I am loath to admit it, but the Von Valancius Protectorate continues to reap the fruits of his labors to this day. His service always garnered my respect. But everything else about him made me want to wring the neck of that two-faced snake. If you are taking comfort in the thought that we will hear no more of Conrad, prepare to be disappointed. You thwarted his plans, his meticulously plotted and nurtured treachery. He is sure to attempt to strike at you, and he will use his contacts and knowledge of the Protectorate to do so. The only question, Lord Captain, is whether you will be able to anticipate his next steps.
Fascinating. Okay. That's all for now.
As you wish, Lord Captain.
I'd like to know more about my seneschal. Are you single? That's right. We fuck in the world of Warhammer 40k.
As you wish, Lord Captain. What would you like to know?
Tell me about yourself. What were you before you became Theodora's seneschal?
I used to be an officer in the Navis Imperialis. No. I used to be is not quite right. It was not simply a job. It was my calling, the essence of my life. I was proud to serve Lord Captain Theodora, but in my heart and mind, I am still an officer of the Imperium.
Interesting. So remember, Theodora got shot in her office by someone she did not expect to get shot by, basically, being sort of the caveat. And the same thing happened with the, oh my gosh, her arch-militant. So the question then becomes, what's happening here, right?
I met Lord Captain Theodora on a mission where the Imperial Navy was providing reinforcement to the rogue traders' army on one of the frontier worlds. Our acquaintance was not easy. Working with people outside the Navy hierarchy has never been my strong suit. It was to my great surprise then, that after the mission's completion, I received a referral to leave my service in the Navy and join the rogue traders' personal council.
Harley!
It was a difficult choice for me. But I saw in the offer a chance to serve the interests of humanity even more effectively than in the Navis Imperialis. You do not need me to tell you just how remarkable a person Lord Captain Theodora was. I recognized her at once as a true leader and formidable creative force. One who had built a protectorate amidst the dangers and wildness of the Expanse.
Leaving the Imperial Navy is far from easy. Why were you permitted to quit your post?
You could say there was no one among the naval command who was willing to impede the wishes of the rogue trader. To do so would be to risk their own position and their relationship with Theodora. Well, the Lord Captain possessed certain contacts in the Imperial Navy. Contacts which she used to request help during the conflict on the border world. And which enabled her to make me an offer that resulted in my joining her retinue.
Sure.
The Navis Imperialis is an ancient institution with its own mandates and muster lists. On occasion, in the heat of an official briefing, or an informal discussion, I violated those rules, determined to press my point. It is challenging to choose the words to accurately express my opinion on a situation or the actions of others that do not sound overly scathing or confrontational. Many in command were inclined to view my manner of speaking as unbefitting a person of my rank.
Oh, Abelard. Abelard was the no-nonsense officer, right? So, like, there's some general, and he's like, tell our cavalry to charge the pike wall from the front. And Abelard is like, are you dumb? And the guy's like, what did you say to me? And so they were willing to get rid of him, right? Okay. The way you talk about Theodora, I'm beginning to think you were in love with her.
What? Lord Captain, any allegations of improper feelings or unsanctioned relations are utterly baseless and bordering on the insulting. Utterly baseless.
Yeah, Abelard? Do you have a family?
I am a widower. I am a father of 4, and if my information is not outdated, a grandfather of 11. My family lives on Dargonus. None of my children express any eagerness or aptitude for serving aboard ship, and I would hardly have insisted that they follow in my footsteps.
Fair enough. Thank you. I have no more questions.
Of course.
You may call me by my first name if you wish.
I thank you for the honor, but I must decline. As a former military officer, I believe in the importance of order in all things, including the chain of command. You are the Lord Captain, my direct superior. I am not prepared to address you in any way other than as regulation dictates.
And also, it is a little bit easier on the voice actors and the situation if we just always refer to you as the Lord Captain, so that way we can avoid having to deal with trying to sound out the name Elish. Yeah, and Fluffbot was exactly on the same pulse as I am, yeah.
Lord Captain.
Abelard gives you a regulation salute. Sure, bestie. I'll give you a regulation salute. If you know what I'm saying. Unless protocol dictates. Abelard! The corpulent man in lavish clothes bows before you, not without difficulty. A servo skull whirs over his shoulder, while the fingers of his augmented hand drum against the sheaf of papers he is holding, and he regards you with attentive interest through the lens of his magnifying implant. Greetings, your lordship. Janris Danrock at your service. Remind me, what is it that you do on my ship? As the High Factotum, my duties encompass anything that might enrich you and your protectorate. I see to it that suppliers deliver all their shipments on time, that our partners do not weasel out of their promises, and that all servants remember that the Emperor's grace can only be earned through toil for the good of the von Valancius dynasty. I also make arrangements to ensure that our hold receives less than thorough inspections by port custom officers, and I find buyers for whatever you wish to sell. How did you come to serve the von Valancius dynasty? I come from Dargonus, your lordship. I have been a subject of your dynasty since birth, and have always strived to be of use to the great rogue trader. Alas, it was not my fate to be the primary heir of my own family, due to my being 15th in line for the title, so I decided not to stand in the way of those behind me, in case they attempted to shorten the waiting list at my expense. Janris lets out an almost kindly chuckle. While my brothers and sisters scheme against one another, I studied the exact sciences and mastered bookkeeping, the greatest art of the Adeptus Administratum. I must admit that the accumulation of wealth, something one can control, is far more exciting than hunting, carousing, and the other traditional amusements of my noble peers. What was it like working with Theodora? Oh, now that's a tricky question, your lordship. Do you ask it of everyone, knowing they risk losing their head should they let slip a careless remark about your predecessor? I shall put it thus. Working with Lady Theodora was never boring and always profitable. The Imperium has billions of subjects, but very few do what they love and what they are best suited to. I would say Lady Theodora was one of the fortunate ones. She was a model rogue trader, and she surrounded herself with those who excelled at and loved their work. Hers was a rare talent indeed. I want to know what you think of your fellow crew members. Keeping tabs on your subordinates? A wise move. Tell me who interests you, and I'll endeavor to be as honest as possible. Janris's eyes light up. He's obviously eager to speak his mind. What do you think about Abelard? Lady Theodora managed to do what even the Imperial Navy could not. Teach Master Wersarian to carry out orders he fundamentally disagrees with. I do not know what methods she used, but the results is impressive. Having said that, there is something else you need to know, Lord Captain. Your Seneschal is capable of being far greater than a mere conduit for your will. He possesses the cunning and experience to run the Protectorate passably whenever Lady Theodora was away, and that really is saying something. Keep an eye on the old officer, I say, or alternatively, turn him into a faithful ally. I'd like to hear your opinion of Conrad Voigtveer, the former Master of Whispers. I do hope I never see him set foot aboard this vessel again, not even as a servitor, although he would be able to do at least some good that way. Someone has to clean the latrines, after all. The factotum's bloated face grows stern. He gave us all quite a fright on that ill-fated day, Lord Captain, and still, to speak candidly, I never enjoyed Master Voigtveer's company, but I believed him to be a man who knew how to do his job. Regrettably, I was mistaken. It turned out Conrad lacked the most important quality for a Master of Whispers, unwavering loyalty to the rogue traitor, and his failing came to light in the most deplorable manner. What do you have to say about Voxmaster Vigdis Ptolemy? Ah, yes, the Voidborn. You know, in my family, we used such creatures as quarry whenever we went hunting. Pretty normal for the nobles of Warhammer. Mutants are the bane of humanity, an unseen tumor that threatens to end us all, but I digress. In the brief time Ptolemy has spent in her post as Voxmaster, I've not noticed any significant flaws in her character or anything that would make me question her professional qualities. Needless to say, she is very vigilant, as is any Voidborn seeking to earn their master's affection. I believe you can trust in her skills and loyalty. I want to discuss something else. I want to know about the people who buy our plunder. Of course, Lord Captain. We often deal with Saint Trucis explorators, the Casbalica mission, or Emperor forgive us, the Fellowship of the Void. I don't actually care that much. We already got the lowdown from Abelard. Ooh. I wish to bolster my retinue with skilled fighters. Sure. Does this actually cost me money? Or do I just get them? Okay. How big is the party size in Rogue Trader? Twitch chat, y'all want a character? Blue, can do. MaxoXo, good to see you. All right, we'll have one collective Twitch chat, and then depending on how far we go into the game, we'll entertain the thought of making individual characters. Only if they wear a bright pink hat. Well, okay. Is there any portrait that's striking the fancy then? A naval officer probably has the like big hat, right? And then we can try to change it later. Because the bright pink hat would be something done afterwards, right? Like we have to find a hat for them to wear and then dye it pink. Adeptus Mechanicus, Adeptus Mechanicus, Adeptus... Alright, alright, alright. Do we have any tech priest looking folks? They're kind of tech priesty, right? They've got those servo skulls. No sweat at all, Kishnok. We'll catch you. Unsanctioned psyker. Ay. Can we make someone a specifically unsanctioned psyker? I think if you take the psyker background, it makes them into a psyker. Sanctioned psyker, doesn't it? I gotta be real with y'all. We are probably never bringing this person out.
We need to investigate.
Sure. Can we give them wires on the head, on the face, to make them more robot-y? Sure. All right, chat. We're gonna go for rapid fire polls, okay? He's got to be so fast. Which conviction? So these are all going to be a minute. So if you don't see it, you're gonna want to refresh. Heretical, dogmatic, iconoclast. These will almost surely not matter, but yeah. Okay. Pulls out. Heretic. Why does that not surprise me? Oh, damn, okay. Oh, we got one dogmatic in there. Oh, we got two dogmatics in there. I want y'all to know, if you make me do a tiebreaker between heretical and dogmatic, I'm doing dogmatic. All right, well, we're at a tie. So if you want heresies, say it now. Otherwise, we're gonna have a good guy follower. And voting is, oh, last minute heretical. Anybody else get in there? Heretic it is. I don't want to fiddle too much with the worlds unless somebody has like a super preference. So we'll just do Imperial World. Intelligence is good for both Psychers and Adeptus Mechanicus, so yeah. Oh, Forge World for Mechanical Friend. You know what? That would be a good point. Here's what we'll do. Because the two classes that people seem to care about were Adeptus Mechanicus. Which origin? Adeptus Mechanicus Psyker. This will be another 1 minute vote. So the poll's going out now. If you don't see it, refresh. Can you tell I play tech priests? Hey, the tech priests are cool. I do still feel like the tech priests are the world's biggest charlatans, but then again, they might not be, because we do actually have confirmation that the tech priests work in a way that is fundamentally different to, you know, what we would consider modern real sciences, in no small part because the Tau exists. So yeah. the Warhammers are the two settings where you actually have fun going dogmatic. It's because they're also the bad guys, right? We're tied between Tech Boy and Psychic. If I don't know what I would choose for the tiebreaker here. So if you guys have a strong preference, say it now or forever hold your peace. All right, that's a tie. So I guess because we already have Forge World established with them being a Adeptus Mechanicus, that makes it easier for me. Bonus chance to crit. Bonus chance to dodge. Bonus armor. Armor's just always good. Whereas crit chance and dodge chance are like gambles. So let's go subskin armor. Ministorum Priest is not right. Oh, do we don't have an Adeptus Mechanicus option. Oh, that's crazy. I never noticed that before. We've got Astra Militarum Commander, so the lads. Commissar, Crime Lord, Ministorum Priest, Navy Officer, Noble, Sanctioned Psyker. I guess Psychics get it by default then. Sorry, Sathies. No, this is the Ministorum Priest. So this is the religious ones. Yeah. We have to get an Adeptus Mechanicus character at some point in time. There's no way they wouldn't do that to us. Sure, fine. And you know we're going Sanctic if we're doing our boy. Or what was the other one people were talking about? Biomancer? Because it gives you healing options. I think I go Sanctic anyways, though, right? Because, you know, Grey Knights. Sure, let's make him into a warrior. Can you tell there's a vibe we're going for here? Oh god, what do these stats even really mean? We'll make them super smart so they can be a tech person. Let's just spread all of those stat points out. And we'll just name this one Twitch Chat for right now, because all of y'all contributed. So these lads are completely free. I don't need to worry about paying to buy whatever unit I want. Well, that's crazy. Okay. The tall, middle-aged woman stares straight ahead, her eyes vacant, as she rubs the implant in her temple. Her collar is undone, and one of the clasps is on the verge of falling off. Sensing your presence, Idira turns her head towards you and offers you a crooked smile, even as her eyes look right through you. Idira, about your abilities.
What are you talking about, Lord Captain?
You are a Psyker. Psykers are only granted the right to live with the Emperor's blessing. Have you ever been to Terra? I'm concerned about your level of control over your abilities. I am worried for the crew. Psykers aren't the safest people to live alongside. Oh, I'm not going to be an asshole. Have you ever been to Terra?
Look, Lady Theodora couldn't care less if some eggheads measured my brains or not. It's not about the seal on your forehead, get it? It's about what's in your gut, if it's rotten or not. My gut's stronger than the adamantine on this here ship. And my implants are better than the ones they put in you on your Terra. If they weren't, I wouldn't have lived as long as I have.
Well, gotcha, Gishnok. Interesting. Okay. Where do you come from?
Lyra, an outlying world in the Heathen Stars region. In the Coronis Expanse, the deeper you go, the less visible
They're called the
astronomical
Heathen
gets, and the less
Stars?
people know about the Imperium. The arrival of a rogue trader is the best thing that can happen to a world like that. The very best.
She comes from a place called, like, Satanists Incorporated? Tell me about Lyra.
It's an out-of-the-way planetoid between two faint stars. On Lyra, a dozen local tyrants fight over 5 measly continents. But they use everything they can to win, from poison to psychers. I haven't been there in many years, but there's nothing for me to miss. Trust me.
Oh, Adira.
But here on the ship is a different story altogether. I saw more wonders in my first year serving Lady von Valancius than I'd seen in my whole life on Lyra. Like my first journey through the warp, I was in bed for 3 days. I felt like supernovas were exploding in my head. I only found out later that I'd gotten off easy. Just through the bulkhead, in the bay next to mine, a whole team turned into... Look at me rambling on, Lord Captain. Pay no attention.
You never finished your story about your first time crossing the warp.
It wasn't like it was a very fun trip, Lord Captain. But look, if you want to be entertained, I'm the woman for the job. I'll entertain you with one of the stories from my collection, no problem. But if you want to hear about the time I melted everyone in the bay next door, well, I just don't really want to go into the details on that one, alright?
Aww. Totally valid. Also, didn't realize you were sort of the punchline of that particular story. What did you do before you came to be on the ship?
Oh, I embroidered wall hangings in honor of our national heroes. I did the same thing I do here, Lord Captain. Divining. Our rulers prized the ability to see into the future. Every psyker that could be found was worth a small fortune on Lyra.
Okay.
There's no such thing as a peaceful life on Lyra. People like me were especially sought after. They'd pick psychers up wherever they found them, buy kids off their parents, even just abduct them. Take me, for instance. I got taken from my street gang. The older kids sold me when they noticed there was something off about me. The ruling dynasties had schools where they trained us and beat us black and blue. And then they packed us off to serve. Some of us held on for a long time, but others didn't last. Not everyone's as smart and talented as me, you know. Some people crossed the line and were out of commission before their time.
Oh yeah, being a psychic is dangerous. Listen, love, it could have been worse. Really? How did you end up in the Rogue Trader service?
Theodora von Valancius paid a visit to the ruler I was serving at the time. I don't know what the visit was for, and it's no business of mine anyway. I can still remember the way the voices in my head changed when I looked at her. They were practically screaming. She had so much behind her, and plenty ahead of her too.
That's true. I did know about that one. That the Golden Throne is powered by like a bunch of psychics who are like sacrificed to it. But isn't that's an Imperial secret, right?
As I got at her, all of a sudden I heard a whisper. A hint, a suggestion, nothing more. But I know the difference between idle chatter and a real threat. I seized my chance and approached Theodora. I managed to whisper a couple of words in her ear before the wardens dragged me away. They beat me and locked me up. No wonder. It wasn't my place to converse with outsiders. And then Theodora's people came for me. They broke down the wall, butchered the guards. All so I could tell them my warning in full. So I said the rest, but I didn't want to go back to my old life. And so I entered the service of the von Valancius dynasty.
this is the thing about like fantasy retinues versus real world retinues, right? Is like in the real world, if you entered into someone's court, it was normally like 99% a political decision, right? You know, this person takes care of your horses all of the time, and so their child ends up being able to be your cupbearer, right? That sort of thing. In fantasy settings, you can be like, yeah, that fortune teller over there who can see the future and is also a complete stone cold badass, I don't know, put him in my personal close retinue. Love that shit. And like, obviously Adira's not going with Theodora into you know, like very rote state dinners or whatever, but the idea of like bringing Adira in to like, you know, a dinner with your enemies or whatever, to be able to, one, like power play off the fact that you have a psychic who can tell the future, but then two, in order to literally be like, hey, actually test this. Because in the medieval ages, when you had, you know, a food tester, the food tester was just comparatively some expendable. They were still normally like considered higher up in the like social standing, but like they're the guy who's eating the food before you to see if they die from food poisoning, right? So it's interesting stuff. Have you ever been off the ship?
A few times. Not many. And if I think about it, why would I want to? I've got everything I need here. All the whispers I hear are familiar ones. They almost feel like family. And if I want to hear about the nightmares off the ship, I can, after some Amisec. But don't go getting the wrong idea. If I have to, I'll follow you to the edge of the galaxy.
That's sweet, Adira. Let's talk about something else.
Of course, Lord Captain.
Got a new story for me?
You bet I do, Lord Captain. Okay, so we went to Footfall once. Well, I mean, Lord Captain Theodora went to Footfall a lot. But on that occasion, she took me with her for some reason. My day had gotten off to a bad start. My head had been yammering since I woke up, but there was nothing else for it. I had to go. We arrived at the place. And what a place! All the
Literally what I
gentlemen
was
and
just saying
ladies
about your
dressed to
retinue, right?
kill, showing off their encrusted implants, all clustered around little tables. Well, turned out it was a gaming den. And not just any gaming den, but one run by somebody with deep pockets for people with just as much cash to splash. You should have seen it. People gambling away planets in a game of regicide. Anyway, so the Lord Captain wanted me to help her beat some guy. So I tell her, the chips won't land in your favor. You'll get a bad hand. Don't sit down at that table, your ladyship. But did she listen? Of course she didn't. If there's one thing she never lacked, it's stubbornness.
Sure.
So they sat down and the cards were dealt. I'm hovering around like I'm not involved, but I'm keeping my eye on things. And everything in my head keeps getting louder and louder. Anyway, it's a good thing I realized in time that my mind wasn't going haywire over a losing hand, but something else. I made some excuse to drag the Lord Captain up from the table and took her away from that place. And a few minutes later, the room where we'd been... It turned out some wise guy had the same bright idea to bring a pet psyker along with him. One of those ones who just scuttle around in Footfall's underbelly. And the psyker just freaked out, I guess. After all the commotion, people went to see what happened in the room. And they'd all gone for each other's throats. Literally. With teeth.
Sounds kind of like a good time.
And I think they completely detached that asteroid from Footfall and pushed it off into open space so it would head off toward the local star.
Sure, that was a fun story. I'm into it. What's it like being a psyker?
Lord Captain, forgive me. But it would be like talking to a person born blind about colors. I could spend hours explaining, but
I like
it wouldn't make
Adira.
any sense to you. Every psyker feels their connection with the warp in their own way. One person might see spots and shadows out of the corner of their eye. Another feels fingers running down their spine. As for me, I've got a door in my head. One that's open just a crack. There's no way to close it, no matter how hard I try. I've just had to get used to the whispers from the other side. When I need to use it for work, I listen in more closely. But I usually just try not to notice it.
You know, this is making me think of, in Full Metal Alchemist, you know the door with the, like, kid sitting in front of it? It makes me think Adira is just the kid sitting in front of the door all the time. How do you live with this whispering in your head?
Training, habit, and a little amasec and a couple other things you can get on the lower decks. If you put all those together, it makes things bearable. Sometimes I even wonder if I'm imagining half the voices I hear. You know, when life on board gets a little boring. Better than listening to the living, anyhow.
Do y'all think that we can have a psychic awakening even though we didn't choose Sanctioned Psyker as our opener? Or do you think Unsanctioned Psyker is just in the game explicitly for Adira? It depends on the size of the void ship, but a lot of them are, right? In terms of magnitudes of scale, right? Yeah, this is a ship that has presumably hundreds of thousands of people, Sathies. It's a frigate, so ship of the line. What would happen if your door burst open?
Well, if the door opens, that means somebody's planning to come in, right? But screw them. They're not coming through. Trust me. I know how to keep my valuable head locked up tight.
Aren't you afraid of losing control? Coming up to a person. Hey, are you worried about being depressed sometimes because you have chronic depression? Sure, fine.
Only losers who are afraid of their own gift lose control. Or idiots who never figure out what they are before it's too late. Or little kids who want to play around with their shiny new toy. If you don't know the limits of your abilities, or you're always bouncing around in your own head, that's a recipe for disaster.
Fair enough. Can you see my future?
All right. That's what I'm here for after all. So, I'm just going to lean on that door in my head a little more, prick up my ears, and listen to what the warp's got to say about you. If you'll allow it, I can listen right now.
Sure. Tell me my future, Adira. The warp doesn't work in mysterious ways. It's not the work of illusion. I don't know why I turned off Do Not Disturb while I was streaming on my phone, but I'm turning it back on now. Tell me about my
All right.
future.
Let's hear what they're whispering about you. Seek not on firm ground, but in a golden hall suspended in the void. There waits a child without kin, but with a name blind to truth. She draws the brush across the canvas and does not notice that her palette is full not of paint, but of blood. And with each smear, this well does not deplete, but fills and fills up to the brim. One thing is clear. When this vessel overflows, none will remain unstained.
What? Okay.
Among the blind men and false prophets, a red-robed sage seeks the answer to a question. He does not know that it is not the answer he must seek, but the question that will draw everything into focus. Will you help him, rogue trader? But mark that sometimes ignorance is sweeter than oblivion. A chained hound chases after glimmers of the aurora, but sparks in the scent of oil confound his nose. A chain trails after him. What will happen if you pick it up? Will you become his master, or merely another beast in the pack of his true lord?
This one is maybe slightly more sensible. This is about Voidfire, right?
The glow of dawn bursts forth from its prison. dungeon walls cannot contain the dark essence wallowing in the dust. A naive cub pushes his nose into a familiar hand, one that holds death in twisted glass. Cherish it or cast it off as a burden. The sword of change has already been raised. What is one more life to it?
A naive cub. What is happening?
I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in, somehow. But for now...
Nah, girl. Sure.
All right. I'm sorry.
Okay. Did you know Theodora?
None of the officers knew the Lord Captain well. Not even Abelard, and she was always closer to him than anyone else. She told me from the off that if I ever listened to anything in the warp about her without her permission, I'd be going out through the airlock. I'm not an idiot, so I never stuck my nose where it didn't belong. Only when I was asked.
Sure.
It's hard to wrap my head around the fact that she's gone. Lady von Valancius gave me everything I have. She opened the stars to me and the paths between them. I still think I can hear her voice.
Oh, man. God, how many of our companions do you think are going to betray us? Like, do you think this is going to be, like, on the final level? We have to, like, kill each of these people on the path to the end? Things are strained between you and Argenta, isn't that right?
The little sister is afflicted with her own set of voices. Ones that whisper to her about corruption and heresy. The silly girl doesn't realize that if she wants to find the source, she needs to start by looking in her own head.
Okay, fair enough.
Of course. Always at your service. Whenever you need me.
Absolutely rad, Adira. I'll catch you later. Is there... Okay, doesn't look like there's anything over there. Oh, so we have the deluxe edition, which I think, in addition to giving us, like, the digital art book and the digital OST, which is really nice, claims that we will have... Yeah. I am not above using cool extra goodies. A chain sword, an auto pistol, a shotgun, and don't mind if I yes. Oh yeah. Twitch chat. Oh, interesting. Inscribed Soul is really cool. Is that because of them being specifically a Sanctus Psyker? I did not check to see if Adira had that as an option. That's fascinating. Okay. Sure. We love temp HP in this household. And then... Sure. Sure. Fine. Okay. Oh, I guess if we're going through this, we should also go through their inventory, right? You're gonna want a psychic staff. Because you're a psyker. And we'll sort out other inventory stuff later as we go. Okay. Are there other goodies in here? There are. What are you? Hell yeah. Give me this mask and this cape. Oh, when we came in here through the prologue, we blasted a hole through this wall. I think? Or maybe a wall in here? But damn, what a bedroom, huh? Okay. Lore books, you know we love them. Okay, is there anything else of value in our bedroom? Other than us, if you know what I'm... If you know what I'm... okay, anyways. We go. We already spoke to Vigdis. We haven't spoken to Ravor or Argenta. And then we can do more gameplay, I promise. But here's the thing, I love dialogue in games like these. The tall man before you appears to be woven from tendons and muscle. Blue veins snake under his white, almost dove-colored skin, and his scalp and chin are covered in cropped white hair. His neck and shoulders are wrapped in wires that hint at the presence of neural connectors under his uniform. The officer's face seems to be twisted into a perpetual grimace of annoyance and anger, but he greets you with a respectful nod. Lord Captain, Master Helmsman Ravor at your service. Remind me, who are you? I'm the Master Helmsman, Lord Captain. I stand at the wheel of this here tub, your vessel, and bark commands at the idiots who tend to its related systems. In layman's terms, I'm the one who stops us from running into an asteroid or a disruptive gravitational wave when we're traveling through the void. Do you control this ship in real space? I wish that were my only job. I have to steer her through the warp too, but most of the credit for that goes to the navigator. The warp's a nightmare, always tossing up something new. All my years at the helm, they count for nothing in there. My part's small enough. I just monitor our systems, follow the charted route, and I don't kick up a fuss when new orders come in from the navigator's sanctum. Real space. Now that's where I keep my eyes peeled. Gravitational anomalies, void currents, hard radiation. That kind of shit shows up everywhere. Think the Emperor, the augurs of this vessel are holding up, and so far we've been able to spot if something bad's coming our way. Who are these idiots you are in charge of? There are too many to list them all. Tech priests from the Enginarium, voidsmen from the augur decks, and the work-shy fools on the bridge. I'd have every last one of them flogged. They all need a wake-up call. They need to be whipped into shape or else this ship will be going nowhere. Or even worse, it'll go somewhere else we don't want it to go. Okay. You are a Voidborn, are you not? That I am. Born into a helmsman clan in the bowels of the Chartist vessel. Studied the family trade until I was 15, then my entire clan was butchered in a mutiny by lower-hold scum. They spared the young'uns. Course they did. Kids with implanted connectors make great navigational servitors. But I was having none of it. They weren't going to make a servitor out of me, so I escaped into them crawlways. Then I spent months picking them off, one after another. You got me talking up a storm. Anyway, yes, I'm a Voidborn. Finish your story, Ravor. Ravor stays silent for a few seconds. Not much to tell. I gutted everyone I could get to, then I fled upwards to the middle decks. That's where the auger operators took me under their wing. They have apprentice helmsmen of their own up there, you see. Nobody asked me any questions, so I stayed. I grew up, trained, got smarter. Then ended up as a junior helmsman. A dozen years later, Danrock spotted me and lured me away, the cheeky blighter. Oh, sure. Do you know anything about a ship named the Fiery Reckoning? That was in one of the lore books we picked up. I've heard the name, that much I'm sure of, but I can't recall the details. Ha! I wonder if that was part of that operation that the late Mort was put in charge of. If it was, then there's nothing I can tell you, Lord Captain. The whole thing was kept under wraps. Your best chance would be to ask the High Factotum. Maybe some of his treasury records have mentions of this Fiery Reckoning. I can see you're not a gregarious sort. Have I done something to displease the Lord Captain? Did I mishear you, or are you giving the rogue trader cheek? Answer me, void rat. I'm merely sharing an observation. On the contrary, you're the first person on the bridge who's not tripping over themselves to lick my boots. And what do we think? Do we think Ravor is... Ravor doesn't strike me as a man of, like, discipline and protocol, right? Ravor strikes me as the kind of guy to be like, I'm the salt of the earth, no nonsense. And so, did I mishear you, or are you giving the rogue trader cheek? Answer me, Void Rat. Doesn't strike me as something that'll like, get more out of him. I think, on the contrary, you are the first person on the bridge who's not tripping over themselves to lick my boots. The helmsman's perpetually twisted mouth twitches as if he's trying to smile. He looks sinister rather than friendly. Oh yeah, well, I'm pleasantly surprised myself that you aren't having me flogged for insubordination. Will wonders never cease? Connecting wires. Once they go into the control panel, I become one with the ship. Except the bloody cogs messed up the wire stimulus injectors and connectors when they implanted them. They twisted the wires the wrong way or burned something in my noggin. Anyway, I can't sleep. It just doesn't happen anymore. It's been 30 years of non-stop stimulants and a splitting headache. So you'll forgive me if I'm not all smiles, Lord Captain. Sci-fi, so that doesn't instantly kill him. But goddamn. We know about the Voidborn. Ptolemy will tell you anything you need to know. I just get the ship where she needs to go. Let folk do what they're best at. What do you think about the other officers? Good-for-nothing wasters. Janris is a weasel. Ptolemy is no better. Wazarian is a dick because he follows too much protocol. Nice. I wonder if we would have gotten this. Idira Talas. Wouldn't be surprised if that witch delivered Lady Theodora to an early grave. Wow, Ravor, you're kind of an asshole. Tell me, do you like anyone at all? Ravor looks perplexed. What kind of question is that? I like you, and Lady Theodora before you. Where would I be if I was making cracks about the Lord Trader? Ha! I don't want to die just yet. Can we choose the other option? An exhaustive answer. Ain't got a better one, Lord Captain. And I'll take my leave from you, Ravor. I like Ravor. I don't know if it's just because I like people who are jerks to me somehow.
Rogue trader.
Who knows plenty, there's plenty of that going on. You said you have a personal request from me, Argenta.
I indeed have a request, Rogue Trader.
Sure. The accursed servants of chaos who assaulted this ship took the lives of your loyal crew members, and they orphaned many children, including the progeny of the brave officers who defended their posts until the bitter end. I don't know what customary practices there are for cases like this in Von Valencia's territory, but in the world I'm familiar with, the children of such brave souls could expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps the rogue trader could meet with the orphans? You have a type? I don't know if Raybor is my type. I just like that kind of character, right? Because like they cut through the bullshit of the other thing that I like. The other thing that I like being the noble politics, right? Like you have to have assholes who do the noble politics thing in order to make the guys who are blunt and straight to the point to be so refreshing. You know what I mean? If you're just a blunt guy in a society full of blunt people, you're either normal or you're an asshole. If you're a blunt person in a society comprised of people who do double talk and are, constantly engaging in politics, that's what makes them really shine. My actual type is very different, but that's going to have to be keep watching to find out, Smile. What good would meeting the orphans do? These children are the future of your crew, and one day they too will have to stand against evil and heresy as their parents did. By meeting them, by speaking the right words to them, you will honor the memory of the fallen heroes and light the way to heroes in the making. They will always remember the day they met the rogue trader. Besides, it will bolster the orphan spirits, help them recover from their loss, which can be hard for someone so young. Sure. I will meet with them, no formalities needed. These are children of people who gave their lives to the Von Valancius dynasty. My consideration is the least they deserve. I will pass on your instructions. Thank you for taking my request to heart. And if anybody is like, oh man, I want to get back to the shooting, why is it taking so long? It's taking so long because I've made my character into a talk man, and I done do the talk good. A motley group of adolescents do not take their eyes off of you, gazing at you as if you were a creature straight from a fairy tale. Our indefatigable sister has been keeping an eye on these pups. Abelard glances at the gathered children. It is hardly the scholar progenum in here, but we have provided the orphans on our ship with adequate care and instruction. Argenta is standing to the side of the group. At your approach, she perks up and announces, her voice ringing, "Brave ones, the master of this ship has appeared before you, the one who guides it through the darkness of the universe by the Emperor's will. Greet your Lord Captain, the rogue trader of House Von Valencius." Grandly address the group. I, the rogue trader, speak to you. I believe you will become worthy heirs. Your Lord Captain greets you, brave ones. Give them treats and escort them to their homes. I believe a minute of beholding the Lord Captain is a great enough honor for them. The thing about feudal societies and hierarchies, right, are that, like, the more you engage with the common folk, the more they understand that you're not a god, and then, right, like, there's that sort of breakdown of feudal society. But are we trying to get in Argenta's good books? And Argenta refers to them as brave ones, so we should be like Argenta in this situation. Oh, man. Let's try being nice. It never goes well for the people of Warhammer 40k, but let's try it, hey? And here, Noivi, let me know if I said that right. Nice to see you. Your Lord Captain greets you, brave ones. The teenagers keep staring at you. A girl who has remained close to Argenta smiles uncertainly. A skinny, pale lad tries to throw his shoulders back and stand at attention like a soldier. Oh, you do so well in Ishgard, kid. Only a few teenagers at the far end of the row seem sullen and not particularly impressed. One of the scowling visitors with a thin scar across his face tosses his head back and says bitterly, "So what? Why should we care? Our friends and parents died in their dozens for you, noble lot, and you just give us speeches." Young orphan children who, instead of being incensed by warfare, snap back into salute. You know, that's Ishgardian society 101. Why question the incredible violence that we're perpetuating when we could just keep doing it instead? Argenta quickly turns to the boy. A flurry of emotions flashes in her dark eyes, like she wants both to calm him and scold him for his impudence. "This audience is over. If you have things to say them without fear. I will listen." Or just ignore the kid. We're trying to be Mr. Nice Guy, right? So let's try it. Let's try being Mr. Nice Guy. Sighs and Sathi's muse. Sorry, Sathi's. I mean, this is all me out of character. In case that's hard for you to identify, I'm not Elish IRL. It's a shocker, I know. The boy smiles grimly. "It doesn't matter what we say. It won't bring our parents back, and it won't change our fates either. We'll keep slaving away on this ship until we drop and die like our folks. Or worse." I understand your grief and dismay. Your parents died. It's not an easy thing to go through. But they gave their lives for the truth, for the good of the whole ship. Do not speak of their honorable fate with anger and disdain. When the heretics who killed your parents attacked the ship, I was there. I took command, I fought, and I repelled the assault as quickly as I could. But no war can be won without losses. You can only strive to do what is within your power. So this is the alignments, right? The first one being dogmatic, the second one being iconoclast, the third one being heretic. The strong have the power to decide the fate of others. The weak either obey or die. If you seek a different lot in life, boy, save your grumbling and look for an opportunity to rise above the rest. No. Let's be a little dogmatic here, right? Let's be a little let's be a little bit more like a little bit more sort of this is what a citizen of the Empire should look like. I understand your grief and dismay. Your parents died. It's not an easy thing to go through, but they gave their lives for the truth, for the good of the whole ship, for the Imperium. Do not speak of their honorable fate with anger and disdain. You heard the rogue trader. His words carry the wisdom of the Imperium. It's hard to say whether or not your words have left an impression on the boy, but he nods slowly. Then he catches himself and gives you an awkward bow. Abelard gives a sigh, and servants immediately emerge carrying packaged treats with Von Valentius emblazoned on the wrappers. It appears that the Seneschal came prepared for any contingency. Sure, okay. Argenta rubs her temple pensively. She smiles and offers a few more words of encouragement, then leaves the boy. Okay, we go now. Bye. Sure. No, but I get what you mean, Sathies. I think one of the reasons why I'm so like overjoyed about Heaven's Ward is because of Heaven's Ward Post just like really knocking everything out of the park, right? Like the fact that the Dragon Song War is over doesn't mean that there aren't people who are still unhappy, doesn't mean like everything is hunky-dory. And in much the same way, I think Warhammer gets a bad rap, or I've been Stockholm syndromed into liking Warhammer, one of the two. But I think a part of it is that it's very easy because, like, you know, much like I roleplay Elish as in some ways the typical Ishgardian, but in others, right? Like he's trying to sort of fight against the system in fits and starts. In Warhammer, it's very easy to just sort of go, for the Emperor, right? And then like just go into the dogmatism of it because it doesn't require thinking. It doesn't require a lot of nuance, no offense. And to that end, you can get sort of both sides of it, right? You can get the side where it's like, oh, things are easy, just do this and things you'll be able to survive and get through, or you can get that sort of more nuanced, exacting response. So yeah. Heaven's Ward Post was legit one of the best parts of MSQ. Man, when we first met the Warrior of Darkness and I lost my mind, I still can't believe he wasn't just like Zodiark's champion. Like, it was so wild.
Greetings.
Even in stillness, Sister Argenta radiates energy. With her dark eyes shining and a slight blush to her cheeks, she's reciting a prayer and looks at you only once she has finished the final line. Tell me about the Adeptus Sororitas.
Gladly. There are none more faithful to the God Emperor than my sisters. We fight against his enemies by the will of the Holy Ecclesiarchy. We... I beg your pardon, Rogue Trader. Here I am talking about what every lesser noble in the Imperium knows. So what exactly are you interested in hearing about?
They say the Adeptus Sororitas are the fiercest in their faith among the warriors of the Imperium. Is that true, Uwu?
It is. The Sisters of Battle are a fire lit by the God Emperor. They are the echo of his voice that travels through the dark expanses of the universe. We bring his wrath to heretics, mutants, and other enemies of humanity. We protect the faithful from the unholy and unhallowed. Sometimes with words, more often than not with a bolter.
I didn't realize, I genuinely thought the Adeptus Sororitas were gene modded. Like Space Marines. The fact that they are actually baseline humanity makes me like them so much more. Are all your sisters truly as faultless as you say?
Even the novices of the Adeptus Sororitas are drawn from among the most worthy. Those who have taken the vows and become a full-fledged sister are the best of the best, tested by trials of body and spirit. Yes, there have been cases when a sister stumbled or showed weakness. But do not expect to hear a story of depravity or downfall from me.
But like, what about a little story of depravity, Argenta, involving me?
Each such
and
occurrence is a
you?
great tragedy for us all. Light cannot bear the smallest speck of darkness within. And thus those who have trespassed or shown weakness of spirit are given a chance at redemption.
Oh man.
They are called Sisters Repentia, and may the enemy tremble before her, for nothing can stop a sister of battle who yearns to be cleansed of faults and weakness.
The Sisters Repentia are buck wild. I think she's gonna explain.
Wearing nothing but robes, no armor, eviscerator in hand, those sisters who have once faltered find repentance on the battlefield. Their lives are seldom long, but a death in the name of purgation is a better fate than to live with a shadow in one's soul.
So in a sci-fi world where there are There are laser guns and guns that shoot acid and handheld flamethrowers. There's this order who are like, oh man, like, or this subsect, right? Who are like, oh man, we have to repent for some perceived sin. And the heights of their religious fervor are such that they will go onto a battlefield wearing just normal clothes and a sword that's basically a chainsaw, and just like, I guess try and take a guy out before that guy takes them out. And knowing that the Sisters Repentia are, again, not gene modded, makes that a lot worse. Yeah, I mean, it's Catholic guilt to the nines, right, Sathis? Like, what order are you from?
Once I had completed my novitiate, I was sent to the Calixian branch of the Order of Our Martyred Lady, assigned to the Orders Pronatus. The Order's mission is vital and noble. The Sisters Pronatus protect great relics of the Imperium. We guard them, preserve them, escort them when they are brought onto the battlefield or presented for pilgrims to venerate.
Okay. Sure.
And we seek out the relics that have been lost. Neither a coven of heretics, nor the most wicked death world can deter Sisters Pronatus when their goal is to return a piece of the great legacy of the Imperium into the hands of the faithful.
Ah, interesting. We succeeded a background skill check here. The Order Pronatus is not one of the Order's militant, and yet you are a trained fighter.
Don't let the name deceive you. The Order's militant trains sisters to march onto the battlefield as an army. That does not make sisters who belong to the non-militant orders timid and helpless.
And that explains why she comes to us as a level 1 Dark Heresy character. Still a part of... Oh, that is actually really good writing. Oh, I love that. With Baldur's Gate 3 again being something that we love and we all enjoy, like this is a problem with character backstories in TTRPGs, right? Is like everyone at some point in time, I don't care who you are, when you write your OC, at some point in time in your OC's backstory, they already slew a dragon. They already made a deal with Asmodeus for their soul. They already did something, right? And like Baldur's Gate 3 does this, where it's like, you know, Will is the blade of frontiers, but he's like already engaged with Mizora, and yet they still show up as a level 1 character, and I'm like, are you sure, buddy? Rogue Trader did a little bit of this too with Lady Theodora and some of the other characters, but killing them off screen was actually really smart. Having Argenta be an Adeptus Sororitas, but specifically not of an Ordo militant, is like such a nice way of saying she's still a badass, but she's not the badasses that you might field in your army. That's so smart.
Both the solace-bringing Sisters Hospitaller and the enlightened Sisters Dialogus know how to greet enemies of humanity. Their dialogue with heretics is usually quite short, with the last word being a bolter discharge. And my order has all the more reason to be known for the martial prowess of its sisters. We are the keepers of the Imperium's relics. What would become of our blessed hero's legacy if the Sisters Pronatus could not protect it?
Interesting. Very interesting. You said you belonged to the Calixian branch of your order. What brought you to the Coronis Expanse?
The Order sent me to Footfall. My undertaking was to assist the local priesthood of Drusians in caring for a sacred reliquary that had been there since the time of Pastor Mr. Wayne, the station's founder.
Are there any other members of the Adeptus Sororitas in the Coronis Expanse?
None that I'm aware of, but the Sisterhood's orders are many, and can operate independently of one another, sending their sisters wherever their presence is needed as deemed by the Ecclesiarchy. Perhaps somewhere in the Lord Inquisitor's retinue, may his path be blessed, my sisters perform their duty as we speak. I wish it were so. Even a single evening spent in joint prayer and training would bring me joy.
Oh, yeah. No more questions about the Sisterhood.
Should any more arise, keeping them to yourself would be imprudent. It is a virtue to take an interest in holiness.
I have plenty of interests in your holiness, Argenta. If it wasn't for the fact that you are, of course, sworn to the God Emperor, I would ask that to be done over a bottle and a bed. Tell me about yourself.
About me? I am the Emperor's daughter and his servant. What else is there to tell about me?
How did you end up on Theodora's ship?
I first came here when I found myself in need of passage from Footfall to a remote planet. But I imagine what interests you is not that first journey, but rather what brought me aboard prior to the pirate attack. That story is complicated. It just so happened that
Yeah?
I made a mistake. In a moment of laxity, I was ambushed by the accursed followers of the archenemy.
Chaos
I
cultists?
was badly wounded. Lady Theodora came to my aid and brought me aboard her ship, while her crew attended to me in my weakened state. It all happened not too long ago. I'd barely recovered from my wounds when the pirates struck. Truly, the servants of evil know no rest. There is no place where we can be safe from their machinations.
What happened to the people who wounded you? Did Theodora's men eliminate them?
Sadly, they did not. Lady Theodora was in a hurry and chose not to stay on the planet. Her people took me to a ship while I was unconscious, and when I came to my senses, we were already flying away. How I pray to come face to face with those heretics once more, and it's bound to happen someday.
You mentioned making a mistake.
It happens even to the best of us. My mistakes are my burden to bear. I'll find a way to atone for them.
No one in chat will get this one, but ours to bear. Where did this happen?
On one of the recently discovered planets in the Expanse. No one suspected that it had already been tainted by the filth of heresy. Had I known it beforehand, of course I would have been on my guard.
We could go to that planet and deal with the Chaos Worshippers.
The path to that planet was lost. All the knowledge is gone, along with the previous navigator. It would take immense effort and resources to rediscover the route. The heir to the von Valancius Protectorate must have plenty of other issues to deal with right now. Perhaps later, when the skies above our heads have cleared.
What was it like traveling on Theodora's ship?
I hadn't been here that long. Just one journey from Footfall, and the other journey, the majority of which I spent in the confines of the Medbay. I can't tell you much about the first voyage. I was more focused on prayers and ruminations than on the people around me, or the journey itself.
I could see Argenta killing Lady Theodora because Lady Theodora was fucking around with chaos artifacts. That would not surprise me.
During the last journey, Seneschal Viserion stood out for me. He came by several times to ask about my health. He's an honorable man and a loyal servant of the Imperium. I think he is as meticulous in his inspections of the logistic systems as he is in his inquiries about the health of the occasional sister of battle aboard the ship. But not all of Theodora's people have earned my trust. You know who I'm talking about. There is no place for Adira Tlas among the God Emperor's faithful. I'm surprised she wasn't in league with the pirates. And I'm equally surprised by how deep heresy and treason run in this place. I'm glad we all made it through that dark hour. May the day that follows be bright.
Don't have any more questions. What is it that's keeping you in my retinue?
This ship was targeted by heretical pirates, which means that my presence here and the assistance I provide to you are my sacred duty. Sooner or later, I will likely have to return to Footfall to protect its reliquary. But for now, I wish to remain a part of the Rogue Trader's crew.
We can't be horny, right? Right, chat? She's a battle nun. she's gonna be unhappy if we're horny, right? Like, it's not super horny. I enjoy your company, Argenta. I hope that you remain in the crew and that this ship becomes your home. That's not super horny, right? But it's like, it's a little interpersonal, right? Whereas, it pleases me to have a servant of the Golden Throne in my crew. May the enemies of the Imperium tremble before our onslaught. That's dogma, right? You might be of use to me, and so I have no problem with your presence, right? I enjoy your company, Argenta. I hope that you remain in the crew and that this ship becomes your home.
Those are very courteous words, Rogue Trader. Thank you, both for your words and your hospitality.
It wasn't outright hostility, which still means we should not keep doing that, and we won't. But come on, Argenta is like very angel-coded. I mean, it's the Catholic Church. Oh, hold on. It's the Catholic Church on space steroids, right? It's very much bad coded, but also, hey Argenta, what you doing later? We can pray together. Back in, middle school, high school, when I was undergoing confirmation for being a Lutheran, I absolutely would sometimes play up how religious I was around the other kids to be like, hey, look at me, isn't it so cool that I can recite Judges 6:14? And of course that worked exactly as well for me as it sounds like it would. But something about Argenta ignites that in me, hey? Sure, so we have a few quest locations. I assume that's what the yellow triangle and exclamation mark is. And then we have an unidentified void ship and Rykad Majoris. Cool. Absolutely nothing interesting happens here. Sure, fine. Oh, that's kind of cute. The arrows on the side telling you your relative position as if you're on a star chart. Lord Captain, reporting. The heralds of the Navis Nobilite continue to maintain Vox silence. Perhaps due to Urak 5 being off-limits to visitors. We intercepted signals from the beacons drifting in the station's orbit. The demands are clear. We are told to turn the ship around immediately. We have also detected an accumulation of space debris near the station's docks. Presumably, it is the remains of interplanetary shuttles. Perhaps the esteemed Navis Nobilite House requires aid, and therefore cannot respond to our Vox transmissions. Contact the station again. I will negotiate personally. The Vox relays the cadent sound of grinding gears and clicking tumblers. I am sorry, Lord Captain. The station does not reply even after an official greeting by a rogue trader and the declaration of your intent to negotiate in person. Now, Harley, I don't know if you're still here. The rogue trader writ, that's not as powerful as Malkador the Sigillite's writ, right? Like, they're significant, but they're not that significant, right? Order the auger crew to scan the station. Yes, Lord Captain. The officers from the auger crew performed a full scan of the station, but the information is imprecise. They note wave distortions of unclear genesis that are throwing off most of the readings. Okay. We were able to ascertain that the reactor core of the station is still active, but many compartments are unpowered and some fully depressurized. The signs of biological activity are largely present in the central module, which means the station has not been abandoned. So the question remains, why are the esteemed navigators' heralds ignoring us? We will not invade a Navis Nobilite station without first acquiring official approval. Lord Captain, only the navigators are blessed with the gift of steering ships through the Immaterium being another name for the warp. Anyone else would succumb to the same nightmarish influence it projects on the crew and the vessel. To attempt traversing the warp space without a guide is a fool's errand. Order the ship to commence docking with the station. Affirmative, Lord Captain. We do not know what is happening at the station, so you will have to look for the esteemed navigator's blind. Dock safely, and may the God Emperor light your path. Let's go. Okay.
Pathetic worm. You dare to argue with your master?
It was not you whom I swore to serve within these walls. My lips are sealed.
Confess. What was the old man's last command? What are you planning?
Give up, Keeper. You have lost this battle. Again.
We're getting nowhere with these ones, sir. Permission to execute them.
Wretches, you will be consigned to oblivion for your transgressions against House Orselio. Immortal Emperor, deliver your servants from peril. Prayers will not help you, servant of the damned. In the name of House Orselio, I command you to execute the infidels. So are we fighting them, or are we friends with them? Because, not gonna lie, Bellic Orselio is just giving me generic Warhammer character energy. Tall man stops you with a gesture, blood trickling down from the pearly scales of his weary face, not his own blood. He has two eyes, and then a third eye, the mark of a navigator's fate, is menacingly pulsing beneath the lowered lid in the middle of his forehead. Step back, or I will unleash all the horrors of the Sea of Souls upon you. Emperor, be my witness. Yeah. Yeah. We're gonna, we're talking noble to noble. I am rogue trader Elish von Valencius, and I am no enemy to the Navis Nobilite. This system has been under the protection of the Winterscale dynasty for many years. Admittedly, I did not expect to meet another rogue trader in my lifetime. And since fate has brought such an important person into my abode, allow me to introduce myself. Before you stands Felic Christoph August, keeper of this station. So, you did not come to offer support to the traitors? This is great news. Having said that, you must understand that Yurak 5 is a holy sanctum for House Orselio, and the path to it is not only revealed to is only revealed to a select few. It pains me to say that you are not on the guest list. I'm looking for the Lord Inquisitor's interrogator, one Heinrichs van Kalox. Do you know anything about his present location? The Lord Inquisitor's interrogator? I think I would know if such an important individual decided to pay us a visit. Provide me with a navigator and I will immediately depart the station. Yeah, it looks like you've got this situation under control. Bye. I do not think this is possible. Yurak 5 is an observation station. We do not sign contracts and do not provide navigators. We delve into the depths of infinity and chart the movements of the warp storms. And besides, you have chosen an inopportune time for negotiations. I'm not going to try and kidnap him. What is happening on the station? Where did all these corpses come from? Betrayal. A most banal thing in the life of a Nobilite, don't you think? I was stabbed in the back by my closest friend Theobald Orselio, the second keeper of Yurak 5 and my mentor. On his instructions, my own people sabotaged the generators, blew up the shuttles, and brutally massacred the loyal servants of my mistress. Most unforgivably, they dared to take her prisoner. Greedy scum. I swear by the throne's light, their souls will perish in the darkness of the void. Interesting. Yeah, Battle Benoit. I don't want to say that. Like, maybe it's Conrad Voigtveer, like, coloring our opinion, right? But, like, the only thing that we have to go off of is Felic's word. And what he did before we got here is he executed 3 unarmed prisoners. Which, in the interest of fairness to Warhammer 40k, executing 3 unarmed prisoners is very Warhammer coded. But, yeah, I don't know. Felic falls silent for a few moments, and then furiously slams the end of his staff into the floor. The madmen have captured Lady Cassia and are now torturing her upstairs while we are idly chatting down here. Help me rescue her or be gone, but waste no more of my precious time. What kind of help are you talking about? Oh, nope, never mind. I still have questions, is the option I accidentally clicked. Our idle chatter will not save Lady Cassia, but if you need to be sure of something before you can help, so be it. Tell me of your mistress. Regretfully, I am not allowed to discuss my mistress, whether with her retinue or the outsiders. She will tell you about herself personally if she feels like it. That is, assuming she survives. I am begging you not to waste any more of our precious time, for it is running out. What makes you think your mistress is still alive? A spark of concern flickers in the black pits of Felic's eyes. You may not believe me, but Lady Cassia is capable of... The navigator cringes, seemingly in pain, and furiously exhales. Incredible things. Not even a traitor Theobald can easily harness her power. My men have reported that the station is in a deplorable state. The navigator idly brushes away a strand of bloodied hair. Trust me, I know. Everything happened too quickly. There were dozens of reports of accidents, victims, and failing systems. But the only precious thing aboard this station is Lady Cassia's life. Everything else is futile and can be easily replaced. I mean, that could just be a good bannerman, right? Like, Felic Orselio could just be a good noble in service to the Lady Cassia. We don't know anything about Lady Cassia, right? You can't just ask him about his Saito. I think Lady Casio is his liege lady, right? Liege lord. Why did you not respond to the messages from Raikad Minoris? I have already said your Act 5 is sacrosanct. It is the holy domain of the Navis Nobilite, and it is forbidden for commoners world crisis on our own, but when the situation spiraled out of control, we could not establish contact because the traitors had disabled our equipment. I don't know, right? Conrad Voigtver sealed off the bridge in order to make it easier for his insurrectionists to, like, take out bridge officers. Suspicious. Enough questions. I hope your curiosity is fully satisfied. What kind of help are you talking about? I would never ask you for such a favor under different circumstances, and yet... Bellic takes his hand away from his ribcage, notices blood, and winces in pain. And yet Lady Cassia's well-being is above all. I haven't got many people left, and my wounds are too deep for me to act with precision and swiftness. But you may actually succeed. In order to ascend to the mistress's chambers, you will need to remake a holy relic sanctified by the blood of Lady Orselio herself. Standard weird Warhammer 40k gothicness, right? This is the control rod of the elevator machine spirit. I have one part and the other one was lost during the mutiny, but even this relic will be of no use unless the elevator mechanism is powered. Why should I help you is a dumb question. We need the navigator's help. We're gonna ask it to exhaust dialogue options, but you came to this station for a reason. House Orselio will not be able to help you until the current crisis is resolved, but if you aid us now, I promise we will reach an agreement that you will find satisfying, be it riches, influence, or the powers of our navigators. How do I remake the control rod? I have a phylactery containing the mistress's blood. It needs to be taken to the laboratory, which is located behind one of the reliquary doors. The most ancient of sacred mechanisms will help rebuild the rod. The tech priests ceaselessly perform the rites of appeasement so that the machine spirit would serve the house in its time of need. The fateful hour is now upon us. So how am I supposed to power the elevator? The station's main cogitator is situated in the guard room. Just enter the correct command sequence and the sacred mechanism will do the rest. If it's so simple, why don't you do it yourself? I never said the feat would be easy to accomplish. The path to the laboratory and the guard room is blocked by the very same madmen who took over the station. They will not negotiate and are not afraid of displeasing the Navis Nobilite or incurring the Emperor's wrath. They bow only to brute strength, something which I currently happen to lack. I guess that makes sense. So what have you decided, descendant of Von Valencia's line? Interesting. So we have an option to be like, I do it for the good of all people. We have an option to say, it will be an honor to save the Lady Navigator from her woes. This also has, like, it will be an honor to save the Lady Navigator from her woes is very sort of, like, noble doublespeak coded, right? Because, like, if we don't trust Felix, it will be an honor to save the Lady Navigator from her woes could imply that we're choosing to save her from Felix if Felix is the real problem, right? A little bit of like backhanded commentary. Rogue traders, aid, cost House Orselio, your mistress will live. Mercenary. I rescue your mistress. In return, we require House Orselio sign a contract with my protectorate. Again, very mercenary, right? It will be an honor to save the Lady Navigator from her woes. I'm not sold on Felix. Felix nods curtly. You should hurry, then. We will stay here and hold the line and lick our wounds. Good luck, rogue traitor, and may the Emperor's light be with you. So... I also don't like that these guys were called, their NPC name was Navis Bodyguards, and these lads are called Felix Bodyguards, because the Navis Nobilite is ostensibly their entire faction, right? Whereas Felix Bodyguards are presumably just Felic. Address your questions to Master Felic. Yeah? Y'all not giving me good guy vibes, I gotta say. But then again, it's Warhammer.
What is rightfully ours.
The Imperium of Mankind never gives you good guy vibes. The corpses were mauled. Oh wait, sorry. White, bright, pure color, riddled with horrible veins that carried the poison of fear and pain throughout its body. Who are you? Why are you crying? If the witch is talking about the enemies of humanity who set upon this abode of noble navigators, then our weapons will soon dispel their wicked misery. The navigators always confused me in Warhammer 40k. I understand that they're essential, but I thought navigators were mutants, right? Aren't we supposed to abhor the mutant? The fiends were mauled by a force far beyond any mortal capacity. The faces are twisted in pain, and the hands are fused with improvised weapons. Tools, scissors, and cutlery. Wacky, sure. Jump over. What if we couldn't jump over? What were they going to give us?
We need to investigate.
Oh.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Traps. At the ready, the conspirators are trying to break through to the guard rooms. Traps. Interesting. Can we,
Know your duty.
all of the servants perished in the crossfire. Yeah, that makes sense. Can we Alpha Strike? Are they... Yeah, they're marked red as enemies. So can I just have... Adira... come over? Boop. Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can. Alright. Abelard is our active piece. So we'll have Elish and Abelard fairly close together. Twitch chat, we'll have you sort of go around this side because I didn't see anybody over there. The two of you, no offense, are generic NPCs, so I'm not too worried about your well-being if I'm being honest. But yeah, okay. I'm happy enough with this. I guess we could put Adira on the edge. So that way Adira can sort of turn around and take another shot. Sure. Hypocrisy in this Imperium, that's almost as bad as the Empire being the bad guys. What?
Crippled in body and corrupt in mind.
There's only this one boy left. 16% chance to hit kind of blows, huh? We've got low veil degradation. It's fine. Oh! Never mind. Adira using that caused there to be an earthquake. And that knocked over Elish. And he's dying. Well, not dying. He's a half health, but so it turns out there are consequences of using void powers. Who could have seen it coming? Can we? Interesting. How much space does run and gun give us? So something about the combat that I didn't talk about as much last time is because it's Dark Heresy, movement and fighting are here divided into movement points and action points. Now, I don't believe that's the case for the Dark Heresy system entirely, but you do kind of have to divorce your mind from Dungeons and Dragons methodology. You can't move and attack freely. You kind of always want to move and then attack, which I believe was true in Dungeons and Dragons 3.5e as well, so yeah. Okay. Bye. God, the kill animations are actually really satisfying to me. Oh, can we actually do another one? 38. 33. Sure. Okay. Ah, we should have done the battle hymn there. Oh well. Well, that doesn't seem like something we're going to choose to use right now. Oh, I forgot to give this character a better gun. Oh well. Listen, it's just free action points, baby. Abelard. Oh no, Elish is later in the initiative. And also, you know, dying. But later in the initiative. Okay. Here's what we'll do. We'll have Abelard come over here. We'll have him activate Brace for Impact. We'll have him use the medikit on Elish. So that way we don't die. Then that'll be us sort of prepped for next turn.
Never wavered in the face of adversity.
Sure.
Not
36% chance to kill? Well, not exactly, huh? Sure. Give us word of the Emperor. Did I have to spend my entire turn getting up? Oh no, the psychic power still has me on my ground for 2 turns. Sure, okay. Well. Sister Argenta, I hope you're ready to do a lot of the heavy lifting, bestie. Anybody we can nab with the Psychic Shriek? No, they're too far away, right? Yeah. I should have moved Adira first. I just totally forgot. Emperor, protect our bestie. What? No, I'm fine. Oh, Jesus.
Insulting.
We're fine. Everything's fine. Okay. I keep forgetting to do Furious Recital before we do an attack. Ugh, alright. Well.
Let's see how they respond to this.
Did we get a lucky crit? Well, that was a miss. Which is kind of like the opposite of a lucky crit. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We've built up enough momentum. Oh no, I forgot I still haven't made Abelard into my servant. Oh well, it's fine. We can make Argenta into our servant. Take some speculative pot shots at these dweebs. Yeah, that's fine. And then have Abelard activate Daring Breach. So he gets another full turn. I think we should just lay into the commander, right?
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Ostensibly, the commander is like going to be buffing the rest of the enemy team. You parry at the last minute? How dare you? Who do you think you are? Thank you.
Already done.
Servitor Abelard? As of right now, they do appear to be a normal functioning human. So if there is an Abelard that's a servitor, you know, that's news to me. Wow, really just did nothing for 2 whole turns, huh? We'll go ahead and take a speculative shot. This boy. 33% chance to hit. Yeah, you know what? We'll take that. Oh, no, no, no. We have an ability that's called You Serve Me from the Noble Origin, and it basically designates one of your pieces to be an active time piece. Because the Noble class is really sort of designed to be sort of a face. It's got kind of a bard energy to it, if that makes sense. Yeah. No, we're not going to turn Abelard into a servitor. Yet.
High momentum.
See ya. There we go. And that, ladies and germs, is how you do it.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Oh, Memo, where would I be without you right now? Oh, they did have a slightly better option. I just didn't have it equipped. I mean, is a las pistol better than a stub revolver? Probably not, but, you know. Thank you, Memo. Meteorite chunk, sure. Ripper auto pistol. Do I have somebody with an auto pistol right now? Sure. We stand Argenta in this household. Mutated flesh sample.
Let us walk
Okay.
this path to the end.
Cool and normal, actually. Actually, it's normal when you die clutching your favorite flesh sample. Okay, we'll grab the las gun. We need 2 armors for the 2 lads. We'll take 1 scrappy auto pistol. We don't need it. Actually, it's scrappy. Are these normal las pistols? Yeah, fine. Fantastic. And then we'll send everything else to cargo. Man, inventory management in this game, very nice. Liking that system. Is it a good Aussie pistol? Because it's Ripper. Memo. Do you have anything to say for yourself? We'll do the las rifle here. We have this well-maintained stub revolver. I'll give that to Abelard. What's the cape we currently have? Oh, that's pretty good. Sure, fine. Heavy door secured with a mechanical lock. Sure, fine.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Las gun, las gun. You know what? We will grab another las gun just to have one in our inventory. You never know when you're going to need it. Lore Imperium. Statue of the famous Calixan sculptor and chronicler Zacharias Vernon the Magnificent. The 23rd year of this millennium. Original. Was that a pass? A check worth passing? Data crypt H40KO. Can I read it? No, I cannot read it. Sure, fine. Thanks for your cool gubbins. Alright, friends, I'm super sorry. I need to be right back. Don't rebel, don't riot, chat. That's against the Imperium of Man. Only chaos thrives when you try and stand up for your own rights. I will be right back, though, so we're not going to go on a full break. See you real quick. Were you well behaved, chat? I'm coming back. You better have been on your best behavior. If I see one toe out of line, I'm gonna be so mad. All of your toesies better be in a line, chat. Okay. I'm back. All right. Okay. They're all in a line, but have crossed it. I can't believe this. Can't believe there was a riot going on in here. You know what we do to rioters in the Imperium of Man, don't you? Sure, okay. This is a lore book that is going to take me entirely too long to read and is not the point. A good Pontus Scipius Gelasius on the training of worthy servants at the court of the Navis Nobilite. A good major domo attempts to nurture only the finest of flowers in the garden that is their master's life. Oh shit. Wait, actually, are we about to go Bridgerton on this? Are we about to go period drama? Therefore, new seeds for the garden must be weeded out with the utmost care, so that the garden's trees may yield the sweetest fruit. Your metaphor is getting away from you, Pontius Scipius Gelasius. The lessons below will help you separate the precious seeds from the vile thorns, that's not how botany works, to cultivate the perfect garden for any lady navigator. Lesson 1. A faithful servant always makes sure the mistress's rooms and garments are clean. Sure. A faithful servant will never offer their mistress the same dress presented earlier in the cycle. Yeah, sure, fine, fair enough. A faithful servant offers their mistress a glass of fresh water upon waking. Okay, I mean, sure. A faithful servant tastes each dish and every drink before serving it to their mistress. That's the poisoning check, sure. A faithful servant will have mastered the art of styling their mistress's hair. The total time that 5 servants can spend on arranging their mistress's coiffure should not exceed 3 revolutions of the chronometer. Lesson 6. A faithful servant lives for their mistress and gladly gives their life for her as well. Lesson 7. A faithful servant. I mean, yeah, okay, sure. Emma Sanderton's Sense and Sensibility. An excellent point memo. Intercepted conversation between security guards. Sure, hold on. The giving the life for your mistress, fair. Intercepted conversation between security guards. Tremendous honor. Yes, but this promotion will transfer the entire squad to the child's personal guard. By the God Emperor. Well, you're a strapping lad. You will probably make it for a cycle or 3. It has worn down better men than me. What even is the point if your brains turn into mush? I may rip out my eyes like Amos did. At best, I'll just go bonkers like that little shit stain that kept stealing our loho. Oh, what happened to that one? Threw himself out of a depressurized chamber because some voices told him to. Calm down. Keeper Felix said the squad will not have to serve the child for long. He even gave us a little leeway. Unlike that fish-eyed, be quiet, he might hear you. Well, you know what I mean. He almost busted our heads because someone forgot to check the catering unit. We haven't let in a single outsider in over 10 years, but Keeper Theobald keeps finding things to fret over. Imagine the shrieking if he found out Keeper Felix didn't make us inspect the hangar after Lord Winterscale's most recent visit. Throne forbid. I try to steer clear of the squabbles among the highborn. Some of Keeper Felix's orders make little sense, like the last time he commanded that we cut off communications with Rykad Minoris for a while. Why would he do that? It looks like he grew tired of the Winterscale Scion's visits. Well, it's always a pleasure to aid Keeper Felix. That's right. If the highborn have grown tired of each other, let them deal with it. Felix is a son of a bitch. 1. Decreasing security measures. could be him being chill, except everything we saw about Keeper Felix tells us he has zero chill. It's because he's smuggling shit in, right? 2, Keeper Felix is like, oh, this place is very sacred. We don't have communications with the main world. Obviously not the case in this communication. Felix is a piece of shit, and we're going to put a plasma bolt between his eyes. Hearsay. Oh, fair enough. You know what? It is at best contextual. You're not wrong, Memo. I don't like Felix, but it is possible. Oh no. It is possible he's a fine man. I don't think he is. But it's legally it's possible. Navigator flesh sample, sure, I love that. Yum yum.
The crew
Feed that
continue
directly.
to mourn Lady Theodora. I fear it may affect the performance of their duties in service of the Lord Captain.
In his service, will they find strength and fortitude? Only thus will they turn their hearts away from the frailties that lead to heresies.
I don't know how I feel about the, like,
my destiny among the stars.
contextual conversations. I think they're fun, but, Noble Silk Gloves, we know who that's going on. I think they're fun, but tech use... Who are we making, like, our de facto tech person? Twitch chat? I think it's a thing that, like, CRPGs are only striving to do a little bit more now because of, well, that's not fair. I just haven't played a lot of CRPGs that did it in the past. Might be a more accurate way of looking at it. I played some CRPGs in the past, but they were always very low tech.
Excellence matters.
Oh. What did we spot? Just a totally normal lad. Was there anything else that we spotted?
By the blood of martyrs.
Oh, we spotted a trap. Okay, sure. Are we about to trigger something? No, it's fine. Okay, they're not looking at us. They do seem to just be, like, vibing out. And their names aren't, like, heretic, right? Like, that's one of the things that's always hard to tell in these, is, like, are their name going to change? Is their name going to change as antagonists? Because all of the guys we fought out here were also just called guard commander, etc., right? I mean, it's not information that we necessarily know, but still it feels wacky. All right, well, they're yellow-coded, so they might not be bad guys. Did you hear the screams? Move! Sir, are you all right? We can't hear anything. Now I see. You're in league with them. Is this an insurrection? Yes, indeed. Death to the traitors! Sir, what are you doing? Get a hold of yourself, sir. Sure, good. I know, you're all traitors. Traitors, all of you. They told me, they whispered. Hey, who are you? Well... Sure. Okay. You have no idea who they are until you get to know them. It's out-of-character information versus in-character information. That absolutely tracks, Harley. Yeah.
Let the faith
Okay.
guide my path to glory.
That was cool. We all had a good time. I can't read these data crypts, right? Like, there's nothing I can do with them? Can I do anything with the meteorite or anything else? Okay, no.
The divine watches over us.
I hate the pious voice line. Do yourself a favor, even if you are going to try and make a dogmatic playthrough. Do it.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
If you are trying to do a dogmatic playthrough, still choose the pragmatic voice. It is painful. Research notes of the Navis Laboratorium Custodian Fortunata Orselio, Part 13. Keeper Theobald graciously agreed to provide samples of his skin growths so we could study the influence of the rebellious immaterium on the flesh of the Navis Nobilite. Just as we thought, navigators are positively resistant to the restless currents of the warp. The God Emperor truly does shield some people against corruption and misery. But let us get back to the study of mortal flesh. Another servant will be carried in shortly. I must ready the organ extraction equipment. Adamantine dust and black water. This was the worst idea that could have entered my mind. God Emperor be praised, I'm lucky my orders after this reckless experiment. Nevertheless, we did make an important discovery. The adamantine seems to protect the frail flesh of the lowborn to a degree. Having said that, not even the macerator could handle its temper, so we should probably introduce a more complex compound into the formula. Oh, are we going into crafting? All of the data related to the experiment will be recorded on data crypt K040H. I will get back to them later once I am done with experiment H410K. Have I mentioned that the chunk of meteorite found by Keeper Felix subjects is completely useless? Although its shining granules could be used to make new paints for the child. Yes, I think I'm going to do exactly that. The child? Okay, wacky, sure, fine. Oh, hey, buds. It hurts so much, the pain in my chest. For some reason, the archenemy's twisted influence has found its way onto the station. What? And who are you? Uwe? What did you just hand me? Rough, bloody sketch. A crumpled piece of paper with a drawing of a tall woman and a dark-eyed monster. Painted with fresh blood. Thanks? Uwe? Uwe has had his tongue cut off just like the rest of the lesser servants of House Orselio. I mean, that does guarantee they don't spill your secrets, so I get it. Ugh. 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 It's locked.
I did fine.
Sure. Now this is my kind of Imperium. Oh no.
I rise to the occasion.
Ooh. Oh, and this is better because it doesn't have the penalty to dodge chance. Sure, okay. And then I can give the armored bodysuit to Hikata. Because the flak chess piece makes them worse at dodging. And then I actually think we're going to give the long las to Adira. Because we haven't used Adira's other abilities as much, but she is an operative, which kind of makes for decent, like, snipers, I think. Okay. Sure. Awaken the Cogitator's spirit. The Cogitator's vid screen is covered in cracks and stained with dried blood. The buttons, switches, and levers were ripped out of the control panel with exceptional cruelty and scattered around the sacred mechanism that now sparks and hisses in agony, still refusing to perish. We awaken it. You turn a few of the remaining dials and pull the activation lever. The cracked vid screen of the sacred engine flickers. The Cogitator's insides emit creaks and groans, and the lumens oscillate at random. It takes a while, but eventually the machine spirits do grant you access to the Cogitator systems. That's like the one thing about Warhammer. I genuinely do not understand if the machine spirits are real, and that question will never cease to bother me. Request data on the station's navigators. After a brief pause, the data appears on the vid screen. Bellic Orselio. Location, main hall. Status, alive. Theobald Orselio. Oh wait, no, this is the computer. Bellic Orselio. Location, main hall. Status, alive. Theobald Orselio. Location, upper chambers. Status, alive. Palomiro Orselio. Location, upper chambers. Status, deceased. Alexius Orselio. Location, lower levels. Status, deceased. Rasmus Estevan Orselio. Location, unknown. Status, deceased. So, I think Calomira is the one who's doing the experiments with the, like, flesh. The child. Location, upper chambers. Biometric parameters. Rapid heartbeat. Elevated body temperature. Stress levels exceeds the permissible limit. Status, unknown error. Attention, calming procedures. Attack chamber is inaccessible. Error, the control rod is not present. If the rod has been misplaced, immediately contact a station keeper or the Navis Laboratorum custodian. Sure. Had the same experience when Discord servers were dropping earlier. We make the rock think and think faster than we can. Then we question if it really is thinking. Well, you know, fair enough. Oh, shoot. Call Rykad Minoris for help. The system cannot carry out your command, despite the eager compliance of the machine spirits. One thing is certain, the problem does not lie in the Cogitator's mechanism. Examine the log. The archive data stored on the Cogitator's local data crypt is partially corrupted, but you still manage to access the residual logs for examination. View Vox Report 12AH890. A Vox recording hisses for some time before you hear a voice. This is Officer A282. Do you copy? Several generators overheated on the lower levels. Chambers A to D are unpowered. The Tech Priest crew sent to investigate the problem is not responding. Requesting back. The officer's speech is interrupted by shouting and the recording abruptly ends. Officer H123 speaking. 200 servants have perished due to an explosive decompression in the living chambers. We've located traces of mechanical interference. The preliminary cause is officer sabotage. Crews 5, 6, and 9 are cut off from the main compartment. We have enough oxygen for 20 minutes. May the Emperor save our souls. Senior station officers, this is the captain speaking. We attempted to contact the Winterscale Scion for help, but something is jamming the signal. Ah, not a problem with the Cogitator spirits. We never received a reply and cannot be sure it was even sent in the first place. Our rescue team is not coming. We are on our own, so remain vigilant. Anyone could be a traitor, you hear me? Anyone. If you are in doubt, shoot to kill. Not the best advice to give in that particular moment, but sure. Recent entries on the incident log. Servants close to the child have started butchering one another again. An order came from above to have their remains reprocessed. Corpse starch. The negotiations with the Winter Scales were a success. A new batch of servants will arrive in 10 moons. Escort them to the laboratory at once. It is imperative we increase the new retainer's resistance to the child's powers. Data expunged. Sure. Identity confirmed. Regent Aranto Orselio. Date of visit, classified. Reason for visit, classified. Date of departure, classified. We love redacted in this household. Security, life support logs. Warning, damage in technical compartments. A12, B3, D8, H24. Warning, living quarters, L10, L16, L28, depressurized. Warning, unable to access the station's docking system. Warning, energy regulation system, unknown error. The station will transfer over to emergency power. Immediate evacuation of the facility is advised. Warning. You're not wrong, Lemmy. View the encrypted data. Something buzzing in the cogitator's metallic gut. Several red lumens light up above the vid screen. Required access level, security captain or above. Current access level, senior security officer. Tech use 25, break through the machine guardian's defenses. You easily bypass the restrictions imposed on the sacred machine. The cogitator's overloaded processors whir unhappily. Most of the encrypted data has been wiped. You find traces of the purge protocol. Recovery is impossible, but a list of the most recent commands, having been embedded in the machine spirit's consciousness, now flits across the screen in a single creeping line. Child, delete, picked, flow, disable, access, code, annul, station controls, delete, activate, shuttle, self-destruct, purge, command log. Sure. Exploring the archives for a while longer yields a surviving excerpt from the guard captain's report, mentioning that the security system had recently been reconfigured without his knowledge. His comment reads, "Only the keepers of the station have access to the life support systems, but Keeper Theobald has not left the child's side, and neither had I." Could it be that Keeper Theobald has not left the child's side, but where was Keeper Felix during this time? Switch to the main chamber controls, open all the doors. Oh god. Oh god. I don't know what any of these things mean. Oh, it's all a bunch of zeros and ones. Does anybody read binary? Sure. Okay. That's the door we were trying to open earlier anyways. Main elevator controls. Activate the elevator. Elevator has power. Cool. Sure. Can it why? I don't know. I think because we did tech stuff to it, right? Warp Seer's goggles. Cool.
Let us walk this path.
Heresy has found its way into the walls of this esteemed house. It is a black day for the House Nobilate. I don't understand. What's happening? Okay. What was that? What was that effect on the screen? Also, whenever you call something the child, that's always got a bad energy to it, right? Caustic stench of reagents sears your nostrils and broken glass crunches underfoot. Somebody wanted to destroy the laboratory or find something. Interesting. Flesh sample. Psi crystal. I don't know what these things are. Synthetic amniotic fluid pools across the floor. Barely discernible traces stretch to the opposite side of the entrance. What? Amniotic fluid? Y'all sure?
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
You do love you a good flesh sample? Yeah. It's not really necessary either, Lemmy. I know, but still. Meteor chunk.
Stay faithful, and you will be rewarded.
Meteorite dust. Okay. Psi crystal. They were regenerating people, right? We don't technically know, right? It could be, can I put anything else in here? No? Fantastic. I don't know what that is. It could be, because the child could be, like, some sort of science experiment situation, right? It isn't necessarily, like, purposefully regenerating people positively. Because all that we know is that this is a, adamantite. All that we know is that this is a... What am I trying to say? Place. The Navis Nobilite station, so there are navigators on board, and they were researching something with the navigators to try and make people resistant to the warp, right? I like you. You are next. I think it's cool to be able to, like, reassign a servant without the first one having to die, and gives them, like, an option to, like, back off, right? Blood of Martyrs is cool too, though. Oh, we love temp hit points. Sure, fine. And then, yeah, let's keep upping our fellowship. I've already got Endure. I don't want Reckless Strike. Taunting Scream is kind of fun. Because Abelard is our, like, tank, right? Carouse. Sure, fine. Sure, instant exposure. That decreases AP to 0. We love things being free. Agility, please. Sure. So we're gonna have to start calling the stream. I do want to see if we can finish this segment before we end, but I'm gonna be maybe a little bit faster because of it. As just like a heads up. Sure. That's all of the lads taken care of. Laboratory journal. Child's influence on the psycho-emotional state of various representatives of the Imperium. Test subject acute stress. Blood loss. Tears. Died several chronoturns later. Extensive wounds to the abdomen. Subject's final shouts exhibited concerns about abdominal tentacles and void worms, hallucinations prescribed to their own internal organs. Test subject died within an hour of entering the laboratory adjacent to the child's chambers. Most had tongue bitten off, jaws badly dislocated. Paralyzed patient lost the ability to speak. Test subject, tingling sensation. During Regent, Aronto, or Celio's visit to the child, test subject smiled and started humming. Attempted to address the servant who brought him food. Lengthy conversation was prohibitive due to the servant's lack of a tongue. Okay, so there's some sort of like mind control situation going on here, right? Okay. Lady Cassia's Medicae. They all just lost their minds. Please don't kill me. Sure. And then more research notes. More and more servants are being influenced by the Immaterium, and it has nothing to do with the child's more frequent tantrums. We've discovered that the corrupted flesh of the mutated reacts most unusually to the crystals we purchased from the Winterscale dynasty. I strongly recommend finely grinding the reagent to catalyze the reaction. Do not use acid under any circumstances. We have an acid. Do not use it, apparently. Crystals and mutated flesh, maybe? Did we not get the psi crystals from the thing? Okay, hold on. Do not use any acid under any situations. Tech priests bless the data crypt H41 okay for the calibrated number of chronoturns, which means it's no longer necessary to remain near the device while waiting for the reaction to start. Data crypt H40 KO malfunction over the course of the research. I should remind the technomats to deliver this sacred mechanism to Magos Dioctios' capable hands. I do not understand what any of this is. Wait, okay. So we were told psi crystal dust reacted to something. We don't have the psi crystal dust anymore, though. What happened to it? suddenly cocks her head and drives her nails deep into her shoulder. Then she starts mumbling. The crossroads. There are two paths, both stained with blood, both leading to the accursed eye. They all wear masks so poor and flimsy they fall at the slightest touch. One hiding a blind man, another a traitor. Tell me more, what paths? I cannot say. One is paved with blind faith, the other with hatred and treachery. Both lead to tragedy. You simply have to decide what kind of tragedy you like the most. Who is who? Who do you see behind the masks? My whispers are giggling nastily. They do not speak, the naughty little things. They say that tearing off the masks is your concern. Thank you. Everything is clear now. Yadira nods tiredly and glances at Felix out of the corner of her eye. This station has enough problems without your sorcery, psyker. Felix waves Yadira off and looks at you expectantly. I have many questions regarding what happened on the station. You think they are worth the life of my mistress? Who is the child mentioned in the documents and reports found on the station? I want to know that as well. You meddled with something that should have been left alone. The keeper folds his arms and shakes his head disapprovingly. The child is what the station servants call Lady Cassia, for the commoners' dirty mouths must not sully her name by uttering it. You see, it is not beneficial for all of the servants to have their vocal organs altered. Some prove to be more useful when they are still able to speak. The madmen I fought were convinced that we were the traitors. Felix gives an indifferent shrug. That's why they are insane. Will you really heed the ramblings of retainers who dare to raise their hands against the scions of a noble bloodline? The servants alone cannot be blamed for what happened on the station. Most corpses I discovered were either unarmed or feeble. Did you really think mere servants could plan a coup? The senior officers are just as guilty. Half my guards butchered one another because they suspected treason. As for the real culprit, the coup was staged by those closest to the mistress. Destroying the shuttles, shutting off the power, and disabling the security systems, too many things required special access. Access available only to the keeper of the station. As I am sure you are aware, were two keepers of the station. Your guess is absolutely correct. Theobald Orselio, the demented old man obsessed with Lady Cassia and her power, and also the one to blame for the woes that have befallen Yurak V and our noble line. I listened to the recordings of a private conversation between the station's officers. You were very lenient toward them, purposefully neglecting the security protocols. I was lenient, this is true, and in the end I paid a steep price for it. Just look at the destruction around us. The insurgents have left almost nothing of my home. The keeper spits out the last few words with particular bitterness. I saw the security captain's report. Only the keepers have access to the station systems, but Theobald stayed at his side the entire time and could not have initiated the self-destruct protocol. Which means he did it before the report was filed, or maybe after, or... Felix's stern face twists in disgust. You dare suspect me of what happened? The one who is going out of his way to preserve what little there is still left? By the God, Emperor, you will keep these slanderous accusations to yourself. Enough. I would not trust you as far as I could throw you, Felix Orselio. It really is time to end this. Felix squares his shoulders and gestures to his guards. I was hoping to find an ally in you, but now you are merely delaying the sorrowful end of your story. Prepare to die.
Cast you into eternal darkness.
Oh, okay. Well, we're gonna find out if he's the good guy or the bad guy one way or another. Abelard just absolutely nuking this guy is hilarious to me. Yes, please. Sure, we'll leave Elish there. Do we want... How does God an axe? No, we don't, because we can go ahead and lightning the two of them. Okay, as good as any. Wow, rude. Yikes. Who knew standing out in the open was going to be a bad idea? I would really like it if one of our psychers could use cool lightning powers. That would be swell.
You'll regret this.
Ooh, Abelard. Not looking so hot, bud. Whoa, this is a rough situation we find ourselves in currently. Still use Abelard as my active timepiece. We just love the boy always. Let's give Argenta some temp HP as well.
Words.
Oh, we can go ahead and make a Psyker go right now. And then use their cool lightning power. Wow. That is not as much damage as I thought I was going to be getting off of your cool lightning power. I gotta be
Nothing
real.
I can't do.
4? Really? Well, okay. 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 We can run and gun here. Is that worth it? We'll find out.
Suits my purposes.
Okay. Would you like to ask Fennec a question? Got it in one. He's just a bit of a rat bastard. It's gotta be said. We don't want you in the melee there. Welcome back, Ender Friend. We're unfortunately trying to wrap up here. So we might not be going for too much longer, but it's good to have you. As always. We discovered, we're pretty sure Felek is a bad guy. He might not be, in which case this is about to get really awkward. But we're pretty sure he's a bad guy.
What? You are done it.
Okay. Not a kill, which is unfortunate. Ooh, Argenta. Not looking so hot there, girly. Oh, never mind. Looking great. Don't know what you were shooting at. I'll be real with you. Okay, let's activate the power on... back is pretty much done.
I am but a vessel for the higher
Abelard.
purpose.
To give Abelard a full turn. Come over here.
Indeed.
Have Abelard kill this
At
guy.
your beck and call.
Reduce to dust.
It's my faith is my shield, actually. It's very rude of you to disrespect the Space Marines like that, Memo. Any chance we could just take you out ourselves? Nice. We love it when the answer is yes. %17% chance to hit? Nah, it was a miss. But it's totally fine because it turns out running away is bad for your health. Consider not doing it.
Suits my purposes.
You love to see it. 32% chance we hit our own guy in the back of the head. Well, we didn't hit our own guy in the back of the head.
What?
See ya. Y'all have any good loot on you? Got any juicy doubloons? Oh, damn. Tactical Goggle is actually really good. Sure, fine. Any more for any more? Rotobi pattern lasgun. Sure. Don't know what that means. I'll take it. Jimmy Space's Marines? Good old Jimmy Space. You're not wrong. Space Marines. We don't need more than one shotgun. Normal lasgun, normal shotgun. Yeah, okay. We are done with the main foyer. Let's see if we can't finish this up real quick here. I mean, you know, we love a little bit of noble intrigue. We love to foil a coup or two, so... Okay, what's happening? The pale figure with unnaturally long limbs stands with her arms raised, her face deformed with talon-like nails. Her deathly pale face is coated with blood that continually streams from her scarlet misted eyes. Her spiny gills, slightly hidden under her disheveled hair, twitches nervously at your approach. Only now do you notice the third eye on the young woman's forehead, hidden by a jeweled ornament. And when your eyes meet, you sense overwhelming, soul-smothering power. Willpower test succeeded! That's because we're going to be a Grey Knight! You are enveloped in despairing grief, and an invisible hand closes around your throat, cutting off your breath. Your limbs seem to fill with lead, your heart hammers in your chest, and the desire to turn and flee from this room, from the station, almost gets the better of you. At the last moment, you master your emotions, and your will pushes back against the illusion, forcing it to retreat. Listen, Memo. Ow, ow, ow! It's as if my own little pals weren't bad enough. Now this one's barging into my head. Somebody stop her. Heresy. Argenta looks at the tall figure with a strange mixture of anger and sadness. Then she lowers her head, and her white hair veils her face. Lady Cassia, I'm here to help you. Please, calm yourself. She wearily shakes her head and lets out a drown-out sound, similar to both a sob and a howl of a small animal. What is happening? Was someone calling my name? Are all the betrayers dead already? And who are you? Elish von Valencius, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am looking for a navigator to join my crew. You'll look like you'll do. It matters little, you profane creature. You will die regardless. You, girl, may address me as your lordship rogue trader. Now, Elish von Valencius, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Unease settles over her features and she nods cautiously. Pardon my manners, Elish. I did not expect to make such a gracious acquaintance in such a time of great sorrow for our house. What is this? I feel faint. The heavy-set old man, who has been kneeling nearby, erupts in low sobs. His eyes, so swollen from crying, dart desperately around the room, as though the veil of ignorance has just been ripped away from them. The child. Lady Cassia, where are you? Sacred child, throne preserve. Despite his venerable age, the navigator leaps up and rushes to the young woman's side. Battle Benoy, we were right. Feliquiz the bad guy, as far as we're able to tell. That, or things are about to go really, really sideways. You! The old man shifts, revealing his face to you. It is threaded with jet-black veins, and his bulging, milky eyes bear a striking resemblance to those of a dead fish. A sickly sweet scent assaults your nostrils, as if the old man's flesh is rotting from inside his decaying husk. My eyes fail me, for they are unable to make you out as either enemy or ally. I'm warning you, one wrong move will bring the wrath of House Orselio down upon your head. Watch out, Lord Captain. This one's so deranged it's making the whispers shriek like crazy. He might just open that eye of his. Threatening the head of the dynasty is a grave offense, esteemed whoever you are. Abelard places a hand on his weapon. At present, I'm trying to determine what is happening on Yurak 5. I'll grant you that you do not look like pirates who come coveting the riches of a wrecked station, or like scoundrels in Felix's service. So who are you? Elish von Valencius, rogue trader. Or have Abelard introduce us. We've got a servant to introduce us. Introduce us, Abelard. His lordship, rogue trader Elish von Valencius, heir to the greatest protectorate in the Kronos expanse, and bearer of the sacred warrant of trade, extends his greetings. Another rogue trader in our corner of the galaxy. How interesting. Your kind always makes an appearance in desperate times, ready to cut a deal that benefits one side alone. Given that you have so far not drawn your weapons, your intentions are probably peaceful, and so House Orselio now asks a service of you. Save the life of the child in exchange for cooperation. Do not hurry to answer, think on it. You can make yourself an ally or an enemy of our house today. You decide. What is the curse that has taken hold of everyone in this room? Curse? You do not understand the sacred gift given to our child. When the child is sad, we all weep. When the child smiles, we all laugh giddily. And if the child wants blood, the world turns crimson. The child's will is the will of the great Tisiphone, for she is the heir of House Orselio. Oh, so she, like, can mind control people. And they call me dangerous with my witchcraft, Idira mutters under her breath. You look frightening. The fish eyes look at you with unwavering dignity. You were not supposed to see me, or Bellic, or the sacred child. Navigators are highly paid for their loyal service to the Imperium according to his will. No one would dare judge the guides of humanity, the chosen of the galactic sovereign himself. What service do you ask of me? Hope glimmers in the navigator's milky eyes. Save the sacred child. Take her away from the station. I fear I do not have long left. Bluish rivulets trickle down the old man's chin, and he wipes the mutated blood brusquely away with his sleeve. You glimpse strange burns covering his flesh under his clothing. The slightest movement must be causing him unbearable pain. Save the child and deliver her safely to Regent Arenato, acting head of House Orselio in the Coronus Expanse. Rest assured that the reward will be worth your effort. I know we came here for a navigator, but after everything we've seen, I've got some reservations about this girl. Argenta looks at Cassia, and a painful furrow appears on her brow. Such a fragile thing with such a heavy burden upon her shoulders. You are talking as though you expect to die here. My service to the house is coming to an end. The wounds Fellic inflicted on my flesh will never heal. I am dying. Praise the throne slowly enough to see that the child is taken care of. You need help. There is a Medicaid deck on my ship. But Theobald only shakes his head. No, I am the keeper of Yorak 5, and I will perish along with my station. On that note, I have other matters to attend to. I want to know what happened between you and Fellic. Fellic is my wayward student. He came to Yorak 5 as a callow youth. I previously mentored him and entrusted him with the care of the child. He was like a son to me, but he proved to be just another traitor. He sought to steal our most precious treasure, the heir of our house, our sacred child, to revel in power with others like him, casting our house into the abyss, to pervert the centuries-long traditions of our family. Yeah, so Fellic was the traitor. You can see the fruits of his villainy for yourself. He decided he was not bound by his duty to the legacy of the greatest of our novators, Tisiphone Orselio, who led our house to prosperity for countless years. Foolish boy. The renegades clouded his mind. They sought to seize control of the dynasty before the sacred child had come of age and taken up the novator's throne. Fellic accused you of treachery, Theobald. Why should I trust your words? Defending myself before strangers. I never thought I would fall so low. The old man looks at the unmoving Cassia and shakes his head in resignation. If the child's life were not at stake, very well, I have no choice or proof of my innocence. I can give you my word as a member of the Navis Nobilet. If the honest word of an honorable man counts for anything with you, I guarded this station against calamity and incursion from without to the best of my abilities. I forced the wardens to strictly observe security protocols. I personally selected every servant, and I faithfully protected the child during the coup. How could you lose control of your own station? Do not thrust my errors in my face. I am twice your age and twice as wise. Ain't that wise if we're the ones coming and saving your ass. Take my advice. Trust no one but yourself and the Emperor. Even those closest to you will betray you for gold, power, or a far-fetched idea of a bright future. I believe I've made my decision. Is that so? Please share your thought. Cassia shall come with me. Good. That is good. The old man nervously licks his lips. But do allow us to say our proper farewells. Theobald coughs up more bluish. Oh.
My sacred child. It is all over now. It is over.
Okay, Theobald, take it away.
What happened? You. I remember you. Have you come to save us?
Child, please, listen to me very carefully. One last time. You will now embark on a voyage with this lord to rejoin the house and its regent in the Corollas Expanse. I will not be able to accompany you on this journey.
Another trickle of blue blood runs down the old man's face, this time from his nose and ear.
No, not you too. Don't leave me alone in this violet-brown haze. You're coming with me. Your mistress is giving you an order. Do you hear me?
A hot wave of despair that is not yours washes over you. Your palms sweat and your heart freezes in panic.
Mistress, I fear this will be your only order that I dare to disobey. I am the keeper of Yurak 5, and alas, I have less than a day in me. Allow me to serve you one last time and honor my final duty to House Orselio. I will remain on the station and destroy the secrets it holds.
Memo points out blue-blooded nobles, 100%.
Oh, Theobald.
The crimson tears stain the Lady Navigator's white skin once again, but this time her power does not make everyone weep along with her. I regret that we had to meet under such circumstances. Enough tears, you're coming with me now. Forgive the urgency, but we should leave the station immediately. The systems are unstable and may fail at any moment. I am inclined to say nothing, so that way they can have their, like, final farewell, right?
What are you going to do to me?
Oh, never mind. They don't have anything else to say. Lady Cassia, I, Elish von Valencius, rogue trader of the Imperium of Man, offer you my protection and grant you shelter aboard my vessel. Do not fear what is to come, child. You are ready to guide any vessel. I know this because I taught you myself. And it is difficult to imagine more worthy company than a rogue trader. But remember, your safety is of paramount importance. Get to the Great Regent and fulfill your destiny.
I beg your pardon, but what about my servants? Yurak 5 is still full of people loyal to House Orselio.
All who can be saved will be given succor on board my ship. Why not? The Lady Navigator ponders your words for a while.
As a Lady Navigator of House Orselio, I accept your gracious offer of protection. Please, take me to your vessel. I can no longer bear the pain of this place.
Sounds good. Let's rock and roll, besties. Us, child's safety is paramount. Are we staying on the station? But isn't it about to self-destruct? Yeah, I got bad news, bestie. When they said the captain goes down with the ship, they did also mean to say you're going down with the ship. Okay. I guess let's get out of here.
Know your duty.
Don't you blow up my space station. Hmm. Well, we've gotten out of the thick of it. We do have one more thing for one of the dares that we're doing on the dare drop, unfortunately. So in order for us to get a game code, we do specifically need to romance people. And it's definitely not just me being, you know, a little mischievous scamp. It's a normal and good thing that we're going to be doing. So, you know, this is not a friendship rep. This is not a friendship playthrough. Yeah. Lord Captain, Lady Navigator, welcome aboard. The Sanctum Navis has been prepared for the communion ritual, but if the Lady Navigator wishes to rest in her chambers first. Your heart starts beating furiously, your breath becomes short and choppy, and your fingertips tingle unpleasantly. You notice that Vigdis is shivering slightly, and the crew are glancing around in puzzlement, searching for the source of this sudden wave of unease. Without even looking at the Voxmaster, Cassia waves her away. First, I wish to speak with the rogue trader. Leave us. Of course. When you are ready for the ritual, please let me know. Well, you know, we might not... Listen. These things come and these things go. You know what it said. Cassia sweeps her pensive gaze over Vigdis, then, lowering her lashes slightly, turns to you. What did you wish to speak about? Before I begin the ritual, I wish to look once again into the eyes of the man whose fame is so great it managed to penetrate the impregnable walls of Yorak 5 long before we ever met. It truly is you, Elish. The person the whole Expanse and Calixis sector are talking about, and now a rogue trader as well. I guess people are talking about me. After a few seconds' hesitation, Cassia lets out a small exhale, then raises her pointed chin. I have not yet thanked you for saving me on the station. My thoughts were clouded with so much mournful ash when Theobald's heart stopped, but you acted honorably and did not exploit me in my wretched position, and for that I am immeasurably grateful. I am also deeply grateful that you saved my servants, especially my valet. Uwe served on the station for more than 5 years, much longer than any who preceded him. He knows how to properly attend to me during journeys through the Immaterium and what to serve me for breakfast. His presence envelops me in a cloak of amber. But now, Cassia throws back her shoulders. I am ready to go to the Sanctum Navis and perform the sacred rite. I require brushes, canvas, and the best paints you have on board, but no red. Why are you asking for these items? Now is not the time to indulge in painting. You are asking questions, the answer to which you cannot comprehend. Perhaps I may explain it all to you at a later time, but now our time is too precious to waste. As a navigator of House Orselio, I give you my word that without canvas and paint, we have little hope of a smooth journey through the war. I have no reason to lie. Tell me more about what the ritual entails. I doubt the uninitiated could understand the mysteries of the navigation, but I shall try to explain the essence of it. I must merge my mind and will with the machine spirit of the ship, so that I become one with the vessel. Cassia lifts a lock of hair from the back of her neck, revealing gilded implant ports. After that, I use the House Orselio ritual, which I am loath to reveal to you, to free my mind of all errant thoughts, and then it is time I open my third eye and peer into the depths of the warp itself. Among the nightmarish visions, mirages, and creatures of the abyss, only the light of the Emperor is the truth that will lead me from star to star, from system to system. Oh, the light! The guiding thread so fine it can slip from one's grasp at any moment. Cassia unfurls her hands as though dropping something. But you have nothing to worry about. The navigators of House Orselio never lose their course. Why do you refuse red paint? Cassia gestures towards the servant standing beside her. Uwe will give of his blood before the ritual, as always. We love Warhammer 40k. I shall ensure that all the necessary supplies are delivered to the Sanctum Navis. Cassia nods and thanks. I shall take my leave of you for the duration of the rite. I ask that you do not follow me. Few can survive the gaze of my warp eye when it is opened. Okay. And now we've got our navigator. Lord Captain, I will oversee the open channel between the Lady Navigator and the bridge. And may the Emperor's light help us all. We did it. We did it. We did it. Hooray! Okay. And we're in for sort of one of our last parts. The Voxcaster in the Sanctum Navis picks up the susurration of clothes, pious chanting, and the metallic clicking of implants. Then the serene voice of the Lady Navigator breaks the silence, initiating communion ritual. Come here, Uwe. The exultant ring of metal freed from its scabbard, the low sob of the servant, the rhythmic drip of liquid on canvas, the faint whisper of the brush. Go. Footsteps hurrying away. Do you have to get the blood from your servant? I can just get you red paint. I see violet vortexes lashing an ocean with a million flails, an umber shadow spinning over the surface in a fiery dance, a storm rising above foaming waters, armadas drowning in fog. The path from one end to another cannot be seen. And here, beyond the wall of glass, a daughter forsaken by her father yearns for her brother, and the sun's pale disk goes in tireless pursuit. Of her? No. Of me. Its frozen rays lie that spring is here, the light is deadened, the great ruler is gone. The Vox Master recoils at Cassia's words and accidentally snaps one of the Cogitator's levers. The panel beneath her fingers emits sparks, and the Vox Caster falls silent. She quickly flips a series of switches and bows guiltily. My abject apologies for cutting off the broadcast, Lord Captain. I've never heard the warp speaking through a navigator before. The connection is restored now. It will not happen again. Cassia, are you all right in there? Soul-shredding screams drown out the Vox transmission. The servants in the Sanctum Navis are howling and shrieking like wild beasts, moaning in pain, their throats raw from the strain. And then, sudden silence. The dull thud of dropping bodies proclaim their fate. It appears the servants were part of the Lady Navigator's rite, as it was for her predecessor. I will arrange for the bodies to be removed from the Sanctum Navis after the ritual, or what is left of them. Rogue Trader, I fear I have unfortunate news. Endless blackness has spread across the canvas, dividing what should be whole in two, and my sight cannot glimpse the light of the Emperor as clearly as before. I cannot turn around my brush. Only draws me onward. The way is blocked. You hear a heavy exhale, rustling fabric, and metallic clicking. By the Emperor's grace, the ritual was successful. Your vessel's temperament presented a challenge. Its cold steel grip did not allow me to breathe freely even for a second. It was as if the depths of the ship housed not only machine spirits, but something other. Now I will retreat to my chambers to recover my strength. Send for me if you have need of me. Lord Captain, congratulations on acquiring a navigator. Spare me a few moments of your time, please. There are several matters that require your attention. First of all, I want to report on the condition of the station Yorak 5. Had you opted to begin your visit to the Rykard system with a different destination, the station could have become critically unstable. Fortunately, the decision to immediately visit the representatives of the Navis Nobilite brought us precious time. We can either send our forces to disassemble the station and procure technological components for our own vessel, or attempt to save as many valuables as we can. I will not stoop to pillaging. Abandon the station we are leaving. As you command, Lord Captain. With your permission, I'd like to remind you that we are still looking for an Engine Seer Prime. Both the vessel and its machine spirits are in desperate need of oversight by an experienced tech priest. We're also missing some crew, and much more importantly, we have not yet located Heinrich von Kalox, the right hand of the Lord Inquisitor. Now we know for sure he was not at Yorak 5, so keep this in mind when making any future plans. Why is it always business with you, Victus? Couldn't you just sometimes visit and tell me how wonderful everything is? Certainly, Lord Captain. If you are interested, this week passed with a record low rate of minor disturbances on the lower deck. A senior technomat from Shift 8 came up with a new formula for a lubricant used in kitchen servitor implant maintenance. The quartermaster of Store Compartment 11 reported recently that we are spending ceremonial decorations at least 20% slower than expected, which means we have enough tablecloths, carpets, and lamps to last us 15 years of grand receptions instead of 10, even considering that some of the stock was burned from the cultist attack on the vessel. Thank you, Vigdis. That will be all for now. As it pleases you, Lord Captain. Okay, sure. Lord Captain, there is some commotion on the officer's deck. The Lady Navigator has left her quarters and is currently in the wardroom, where uninitiated crew members are shunning her in terror. Perhaps you should find out what has brought Cassia to the deck? Sure.
Lord Captain, my apologies. I did not notice your entrance.
It pleases me to see you adjusting to life aboard the ship.
Compared to Yorak 5, your ship is a boundless world of unfamiliar hues. And yet, the abundance of bright colors can at times be wearisome on the eyes. The bridge and the decks are so clamorous. In my search for a place of quiet, I was fortunate to come upon this islet of serenity filled with rare tomes and practically devoid of color.
The events that took place on Yorak 5 must have shaken you greatly. Are you well?
One should not underestimate the navigators of House Orselio, Lord Captain. Like a shawl of pale smoke, a faint malaise hangs upon my shoulders, but it will not be the slightest hindrance to my duty to humanity, and my duty to you.
Cassia's response is reserved and pointedly decorous, clearly intended to create a distance between you. Dang, girl. Your only attendant is your valet from Yorak 5. Do my servants not measure up to your standards?
No. It is not that at all, Lord Captain. It is just that Uwe is quite capable of carrying out his duties by himself. He is well accustomed to my whims and preferences.
Okay. I hope that you have had ample time to calm yourself in your powers. Is that a dick thing to say? It feels rude. But we'll try it.
There are people on this ship who are far more impulsive and dangerous to others, and far less devoted to the God Emperor than a herald of the
He's
Navis
rightfully unhappy with us.
But I did not need your words to see the shades of umber unease that whirl around your subjects whenever I am near. Were I not acquainted with such a reaction, I could have found their behavior and your question just now insulting.
I mean, on one hand, I understand why you're angry. On the other hand, if you throw a temper tantrum, you can literally destroy an entire space station. So, swings and roundabouts, Cassia. Oh, BK! Thank you so much for the raid! I'm so sorry. We're just about to start wrapping up. But I hope you're doing well. Do we have a mod who's able to do a shout-out? What were you up to? Point at the book in Cassia's hands. I see you are fond of reading.
Oh, this. I found this fascinating read on one of the shelves. And I must say, it has caught my eye. Its every chapter is written in verse. I find it so beautiful and enrapturing.
Pokemon Infinite Fusion. What is that? That sounds really cool.
Urak 5 had a vast archive of its own, of course. Although most of the works within had to do with scholarly disciplines of some sort or another. Only in my sparse moments of respite was I allowed to escape into the pages of more embellished works.
Classic noble stuff. Oh, classic Sushi, a fellow Warhammer enjoyer. Hell yeah. Yeah, Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader came out. It's a work by Owlcat Games. So if you're into third-person isometric CRPGs, it's definitely a thing. Bulbasaur x Butterfree. That sounds cute. Hell yeah.
Lord Captain, would you kindly explain to me why you are pestering me with these questions? Inquiring about my mood and my needs, showing an interest in the books I am enjoying. You are behaving as if you possessed a shred of fellow feeling for one such as I.
Now listen. This might read like a torrid romance novel, but you need to understand Lady Cassia of House Orselio is literally a mutant. And I don't mean that as an insult. I mean, the exposure to the warp has literally mutated them in such a way that most other people view the navigators as, like, horrible monsters, right? So Lady Cassia in this situation is not just being, you know, a romance character, but also...
I beg your pardon, Lord Captain. That was no way for a navigator to conduct herself.
I am beginning to think, Lady Cassia, that the feelings I have for you are far more complicated than common sympathy.
Lord Captain?
Got the achievement.
So many colorful sparks are flaring to life and dimming all around you. It is a veritable ocean of emotions. There are so many of them that I can barely see the pure white sincerity of your words.
Now, I know what you're thinking. This doesn't seem like Warhammer 40k. A spark to start a romance? Don't worry. You have missed an not inconsiderable amount of us going over a lot of murders, so, you know.
Please forgive me. I cannot even understand myself right now. Your words and attention have reminded me of life on the station, of Theobald and Felek. I do not understand. They were merely the keepers of Urak 5. So, why do memories of those two make me feel a strange heaviness here? At the same time, I find myself overwhelmed with new excitement and anticipation. At last, I have set foot outside my familiar walls, and into a world that I have only seen before in the pages of books. Your ship alone is a treasure trove of remarkable artifacts and curiosities. And just imagine the things that await beyond, but... my delight must seem childish to you, surely. In your heart, you must be finding all this quite amusing.
I love period courtship. It's always so, like, convoluted. You're never able to get to the point. No one ever just says, do you wanna bump uglies together? It's always florid descriptions of unforeseen horizons expanding into the universe. I would not dare to make fun of a lady's feelings, especially not one who has captivated me since I first set eyes on her.
Words like that, Lord Captain, could easily be misconstrued. You should familiarize yourself with some of the works in your library to learn the appropriate manner of conversing with a lady.
Struggling to maintain an expression of polite indifference, Cassia covers her burning face and swiftly exits the room. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? I was implying... Aw, man. Well, we gotta go double check. But yeah, also, if this is the sort of thing people are interested in, of course the VOD will be on Twitch. But we are simulcasting to YouTube. So if you want to see how the game starts or, you know, any more of this, you know, there's plenty of stuff that you can use as a frame of reference. Okay, let's go triple check something real fast.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations.
I'm stimulating. Let's talk about us, shall we?
Right here? Are you sure?
We've done it, everybody. I have romanced exactly one person back to friendship roots for the rest of time immemorial.
Of course. I have enjoyed...
But... Cassia, eh? I don't know what that's about, but everybody, thank you guys all so much for being here and for hanging out. I super appreciate it. And you know, I super appreciate Daredrop for, you know, helping us out with getting codes for the game. Probably sometime next week we're going to be giving out free codes. The game is a lot of fun if you've not played an Owlcat property, or if you don't know Warhammer. The game eases you into it, and if you do know those things, you're going to have a lot here that you get to like. So yeah. Checking in to find out if Demised has game. Well, I don't know if I've got game, but convoluted courtship rituals between nobles, easy peas me. So let's go ahead and more people need to be exposed to the bananas lore. Thanks for doing the world a favor. Warhammer is truly bonkers, huh? But in order to fulfill the last sort of appreciation that Daredrop has given us, sort of the last help, we're gonna go ahead and find somebody who's streaming Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader right now. Because, you know, want to spread the love. If you're interested in seeing more, there's plenty more that can be seen. You get it. Yeah, thank you. If anybody has any particular friends, let me know. Otherwise, we're gonna go ahead and send y'all out to... I'm trying to find someone who is not too far along in the game. Let's try this. Xenonymous looks like they're starting and they're doing co-op, so you know, enjoy that. And I'll catch you guys around. Thank you again so much, everybody, for hanging out. Yeah, and seriously, everybody check out BK. Honestly, Pokemon Infinite Fusion sounds crazy. Maybe I'll have to go check out that VOD, huh? Alright. Sending the raid out. Now, dweeps. Boy! Just to get that little after-action shot specifically for the purposes of the dare. Thanks, Daredrop.